Ladies and gentlemen, hola, I am Sino. I'm joined here by my main man, Talks of TSG. He's not looking like Milo, but it doesn't matter. Today is a best out of 5 series, and what a better series to bring to you rather than Outlast Black versus Turtle Tactics in a best out of 5. Talks, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm excited to see Turtle Tactics play. You know, they've been doing pretty well in Element so far, so I'm wondering if they're gonna put the same level of excellence into their play today.
Do you think they're going to give us any form of passion? Do you think who's going to take the first map?
I think Tactics is probably gonna take this first map.
I might have to agree with you, considering is a very interesting matchup. I mean, it's all dependent on what team comes out the gate first, swinging and aggressive and ready to play this out. I mean, first map is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, the side or the pick of, it was Turtle Tactics, if I'm not wrong.
I believe so.
I believe so, and they're starting on defense, so it's going to be quite interesting. I hope they have the right ways to deny the consistent aggression from Outlast Black, but let's see how it's going to go.
Yeah, my only concern for Outlast Black would be that they did have like a pseudo disbandment at some point during this league, so I don't know if they still scrim together. I doubt they do. So I think Turtle Tactics is just in more practice.
100%. And my stupid self forgot to show what maps we have on the board. So while we wait for these guys to set up, ladies and gentlemen, we have obviously Consulate as our first map here, taking us to our second, which will be a Border. Third is going to be Nighthaven Labs. Clubhouse will be the fourth, and Cafe the fifth if we do need the fourth and fifth map. So today we have a very, very interesting lineup here, considering 5 maps, and both teams have a lot to prove. So let's see if they're both up for the task. Now, as it stands, admin is just one of those sites where you have to be able to play together. There are 2 main areas you can push in through. You can either try to go for that admin swarm, clear out and open up that triple wall, or start to dissect from the console office window and try to rush in. But the main problem with that is if they bring that Clash, if they bring that Goyo, and sometimes even that Tachanka, all of that utility decides to build up on that small little corner, and these attackers will get pinched out. So it's Outlast Black to give us that first impression of this map, and hopefully it'll be a positive one.
I was worried there that Dementeds was just going to run straight in. Oh, wait, he just did it again, but ooh, Trevmac doesn't quite get the kill. I thought for sure Trev was going to get the kill on Butcher there. I thought Butcher was going to give in a first early frag for them.
Would have been absolutely so beneficial towards the team of Turtle Tactics. Taking out Butcher, I mean, he's on that Deimos. That verticality is so important to have, especially on this map. Vapoa threads the needle and gets first blood of this series by taking care of Dementeds on that admin side. Now, it's not going to be looking too good for Outlast Black here. The clock is starting to run down. One player is on 20 HP, and Dementeds is now deceased, meaning we're going to have a quite horrible execute if they can't reel it back in, find a refrag, or start to build up the pressure from one side of the map.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but Butcher's Deimos track failed because Zonky is on the mute, so they can't even use that vert properly because they can just ignore it. Oh, and as I say that, Zonky just goes into admin and gets 2 with the shotgun. I'm not sure what Dexy was looking at there, but they both get taken down.
Oh
they
my
follows
God.
up quickly. It's just falling apart for Outlast Black.
I mean, come on. You can't do that. You cannot allow your mute to just waltz on into admin and go lethal in the close range. And Flores wasn't even in that close range. It took 2 shells to take care of him. It's a problem when you can't take care of him. That is the main problem. I mean, taking care of Vapoa,
but I don't think he's going to get... Yeah, he's not getting that finish, I don't think.
I mean, you have him at 20 HP, but you have Clash knocking on your front door while you're 1 HP. What are you going to do? I mean, a 1v4 to start it off. It's only the first round, but still, that attack didn't look to have too much merit behind it. There was no coordination on admin. Having your first man fall outside Dementeds, you're peeking out in a very risky spot. You have to be able to reel it back in, and this looks like a very one-sided affair for our first.
Yeah, and I would say if I'm Outlast Black here, if they really want to commit to the Deimos play, their third ban's probably going to have to be the mute.
I agree. I mean, just look at his positioning, the way he's playing it out. Beautiful first round from Turtle Tactics. They don't even have mint on the comms today in between maps and in timeouts, but it's enough to consider themselves the victors of the first round. Now, as it stands, the way they've gotten that first round means they're going to be forced to either go into the basement or the mid-floor. They are going to take that basement because they have the Kaid. They have everything that's needed to find success. If they can trick this wall and deny all forms of pressure, then we are going to find ourselves in a beautiful spot for Turtle Tactics. But Castle has been temporarily deactivated due to the glitch that has been seen in ranked, so they're going to have to deal with not having him on the roster. Some teams don't even like to include him. So let's see if they'll be able to adapt, dare I say, without him. But with the way this roster looks, I feel like they're going to be absolutely fine.
I wonder if Outlast Black will notice the lack of the mute here so that they could switch Butcher back to that Deimos for some good vert play and piano side.
I agree. And they have that Maverick as well, meaning it'll be completely... It won't be impossible to completely open the breach is what I was going to say. And the fact is, Thermite and Ace aren't banned, and that is something that we were seeing a lot in the NAL, in the SAL, any league. There's always a certain style to how you play it. Some leagues just like to ban the hard breachers, call it a day, and some other teams and leagues like to just sit back, relax, and ban the operators that are really going to be a thorn in the side. Blackbeard, usually the tip of an attacking execute, has been taken care of. Dokkaebi being the next for any of those pesky roamers, and now I think Turtle Tactics are looking to just claim as many rounds on heavy roams and looking to dissipate the attacker action by taking care of one of the most influential spearheads of the attack.
I think Turtle Tactics not banning a hard breacher might show how confident they are in their strats. Saying that Butcher does get the entry kill on Dami there in managers. So that could open up the top floor control if they send another person into office or that person on the window repels in, which he might. Yeah, he's just repelled in. And I think they have the third floor completely now. They could make some good vert over piano there, and I think that could lead to a good execute for them.
Just below a minute left on the clock here. The first roam we're taking care of very briefly. Verticality being established on Trevmac, taking the first rounds of damage from the depths of Spiral. Almost getting finished off by that verticality by Butcher, but he's able to seek refuge right back in that site, meaning he can just reset, relax, and try to help his team out. You're on that 90-second mark, and you guys have suffered a casualty. Vipoa, though, is lurking behind the desk. Usually proning behind this area gives you a nice little lurk area and trying to locate any attackers who are unaware of your lurk roam, but you have
Surely
to get out of there.
Surely
You
knows,
have to,
right? Okay, yeah.
He has to.
Oh man, I was going to be worried.
That would have been absolutely horrible to see, but he will also drop the hatch, and now they're setting themselves up for an execute now that they forced all of the defenders back into the site and even claimed a body in that process.
Yeah, no pun intended, but it seems they're going for a turtle here. And I think it's just going to be probably a 20-second maybe execute from Outlast Black, where they're just going to have to win their gunfights unless they can get some picks on the vertical here with 50 seconds left.
I mean, just below that 1 minute mark, and it's a big, big problem when you have two of those exothermics in your pocket. You're going to have to force yourself to open up that bridge, and that's exactly what you're going to do. But after what? There are 3 Zotos. If Tabaru gets close enough without risking death from above, then we're going to find ourselves in a very tricky situation here for Outlast Black. It doesn't matter if you found first blood. It doesn't matter if you have the verticality. The area where you're supposed to get that diffuser down is not there, and the person who's supposed to get it is no longer there as well. Cade possesses an extra claw, and the Tabaru has 3 Zotos, meaning they're just going to have to funnel in through doors and entryways of this site. First blood for Turtle Tactics, but Braze reels it right back in, taking care of Papoa. Spider to even it out, taking care of Core, and now it's an absolute problem for Outlast Black. That timer is against you, but the bodies are in your favor. EDD finishes off Braze. The case is loose, and the clock is going to run out. Turtle Tactics emerged victorious just due to the fact that Outlast Black couldn't open up that wall in enough time, and that's a massive problem you need to address.
Yeah, Trev played that really well there at the end, running away, just not taking the gunfight, not risking the round. Definitely the smart play there. just running away into that backside of basement. But that was a very hectic execute from Outlast Black. I don't think they realized that they never got the Cade on the wall. So Thermite was outside there with 20 seconds left, just waiting for something to happen, and he just had to run back and put their guns up.
I mean, they utilize their trap ops. Capcan isn't an odd pick, but it's not something that was expected to be brought, especially for the way that Turtle Tactics play. But the fact is, they lost first blood. They had 2 more roamers upstairs, and one of them was forced down right back into the site with about 20 HP, and the other one was just lurking before he got fully droned out. That already sets Outlast Black up for a perfect foundation to get the execute going. But the problem is, you ran out of time. The defender's only objective is to run that clock out on you and try to find picks in the process. That's exactly what happened. The EDD capturing that body was the final nail in the coffin to confirm the downfall of Outlast Black, and these aren't rounds you want to give up. You're on your opponent's turf on the first map of a BO5. You need to give a good impression. You can't be making these mistakes, and I feel like this is going to be that round that either makes that difference worse or gives us that fighting chance from Outlast Black.
Yeah, but in all honesty, their execute down the spiral stairs was pretty good. They did get every single pick that they set out to get there, besides Trevmac. So that could have gone either way if somebody like looks left half a second to a second sooner and they pick off Trev there. Case down wouldn't have mattered.
I agree. But that case, one of them was looking to go retrieve it, but the goo mine affected him. I mean, again, even the traps were against Outlast Black. Nothing went in their favor, and that's a big problem they have to address, especially with Turtle Tactics. It's not a team that you want to allow to have space in free reign to be able to go crazy on their own map, especially with the momentum they have built up right now in all leagues considered. Solus.
What I can, oh sorry, I was just gonna say, what I can say as I have faced Turtle Tactics in a league game before. We did lose, but I do want to say that once Turtle Tactics gets their momentum going, from my personal experience, you can't really stop them. Granted, I was on a pug stack, but we did go to max overtime. We took basically every defense round. But oh, as I'm yapping about that, Spider gets a spawn peek on the Dementeds. Or not a spawn peek per se, but a nice window kill.
Run out auction. What is he doing? I mean, come on. I feel like in Siege 101, you get the Claymores down and then you play external. If he had shot it, then that's a completely different story. And Spider's an absolute weapon. But again, you've now lost your Grim. Mickey, your Flora is gone too. Below 90 seconds, and you've barely addressed the verticality. You don't have Ram. You didn't even bring her, and you have that buck as a stop victory, meaning he's going to have to put his body on the line every single time he uses those skeleton keys. Now, you have 3 players assigned to that upstairs portion of the map. The kid is loose. And again, we find ourselves in a situation where Outlast Black is pinched for time. This time, it's a completely different narrative. They don't have the bodies in their favor this time. They have nothing going for them. And this usually is the first sign of disaster for a team that looks to try to execute. But still, we're in the early stages of the series, and I hope it only gets better from here on out.
I think if Outlast Black wants to win this round, Butcher needs to get a kill on this vert before 30 seconds. But I'm just not seeing that as a possibility at this point.
Oh, and Trevmac lurking below for the verticality on the Plantenai, which is literally a doomsday plan in case they even manage to get in the site.
And Butcher dies on the vert.
I said it before. He is risking himself by sticking his face in those skeleton keys. I mean, Braze gets a refrag on the Spider, but after what? You're in a 1v2 situation. Your teammate's down, now finished, as Trevmac finds his 3rd. And now Domi closes out the round, and Turtle Tactics are now snowballing onto the pressure of Outlast Black. They can't be stopped no matter what site they go. The tertiary site didn't even matter for them, as they now have the rotation objective parameters reset, and they can go wherever they want, either upstairs or right back to that split site, which is the Archives basement.
I wonder if we might see a target ban here from Turtle Tactics, because really Braze has been the only one applying too much pressure on Turtle Tactics in the health department by getting those frags. So we could see an Ash ban here, but no, we're going to see the Flores ban. Okay. With no castle up, that does confuse me a bit. Oh, wait, castle is allowed.
What? Did he get deactivated? Did he get reactivated or something?
I don't know if Vipo is playing castle.
I guess he's allowed? Or maybe it was, what's it called? Maybe they just left him active for customs because nobody would be stupid enough to try him.
Maybe, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, okay, with Castle being up, the Flores ban makes perfect sense, and then the Clash ban coming from Outlast Black also makes sense. That Clash caused them a world of issues on that first attack round.
You're telling me Turtle Tactics went downstairs, were on a 2-man deficit at one point in the round with no castle on the board, and still managed to walk out of that? I mean, if that doesn't seem like an issue, I don't know what does. There has to be some form of cohesion as a unit from Outlast Black, because they're all just looking like 5 players trying to make 5 different plays. There's no assigned execute. You guys are playing verticality too late in the round, and that's just going to have to change, especially against a team like Turtle Tactics.
And I'm not sure if I like this Butcher pick here onto Deimos. They have the mute again, and surely they've spotted that by now with their drones just from the static that when you get near it. So Butcher, I feel, is just going to try to get his little helicopter dude up, and then is just going to not activate.
We better hope to God it only gets better from here on out. They haven't had a timeout called yet, but again, still the first map, so the expectations for anything of the sort can be a little low. As it stands, though, if Turtle Tactics win this round, a 4-0 means it is impossible for Outlast Black to walk out of this half leveled or even on top. The best they can get out of this situation is currently a 3-3, and that means we're going to have to see 3 attacking rounds that are completely different to what we've been seeing previously.
Seems like they're going for a much more admin-focused take this time instead of trying to get the below pressure like they did last time, where Butcher got picked off early down below.
But even then, we saw Demented and Braze on the windows of admin and cafeteria, and they still got picked off. I mean, Demented was the first to fall. Butcher fell later in the round, but, I mean, they're not doing anything in all the departments that are on the screen. Butcher evading that first C4, but that HP is going to be critical considering you have one of the most risky operator abilities. You can chase people down, you can hunt them down, but what good is that going to do if you get tagged up twice and you're already down in that close range? And honestly, in this site, everything is in that close range once you start to knock on that site door, as you literally see Zonky prepping to address you with that M8 shotgun.
I feel Zonky's probably going to swing here. I think he has the confidence, and I think he's going to do it. I think Butcher's going to go down here. That's my prediction right now.
I mean, the amount of pressure they're applying, it is going to go wrong. You're just getting too cocky, but it doesn't matter. Somehow Turtle Tactics reel it back in. We found ourselves at level briefly, but it will be Brazen Dementeds to finally give Outlast Black that fighting chance. Zonky forced into a horrible spot. No C4, health somewhat on his side, but now he has to isolate each and every one of these gunfights. You essentially need to look to make these 3 1v1s instead of allowing these attackers to group up on you. And that first starts with addressing the pressure from every side. You couldn't even take care of the man that sits in the corner of the area of the long desk. And finally, Outlast Black give themselves that fighting chance and get that 1 on the board.
Yeah, they brought that blitz in there, and I think that's just what won them the round. The Braze, I believe it was standing behind the blitz and just shooting them with the DMR. Or was it Dexy who was shooting them behind with the DMR? My apologies. I mean, just getting those picks. That was very quick execute. It went from a 5v5 to a 3v1 within the span of 10 seconds.
Not anything to nitpick about, but we saw even allowing Zonky to get aggressive on the man that sits close on that door. It's still a problem. Outlast Black managed to escape death this time because of how well coordinated they were to push that long desk in the L hall onto that meeting room door all at the same time. It was beautiful. If they can replicate that 2 more times, then a comeback is very realistic. But again, it is all about what they want as a team. How hungry are they to bring this in? Because Turtle Tactics, despite only losing 1 round out of 4, doesn't look like they are going to stop anytime soon.
I do find it interesting that they chose to go back to the basement. I know they did just lose upstairs, but I felt their first round defense was significantly better than their second round defense, where they won because TrevMac decided to run away. The execute of Outlast Black, Turtle Tactics had nothing for the spiral execute. They just got destroyed.
I agree. Honestly, you need to be mindful of what sites work for you the best. But still, as it stood, the way that Outlast Black were playing into the hands of Turtle Tactics just remains a problem. And I mean, if they continue to go for this in the same level of pace, and they switch things up, I don't think they're going to have too much joy on their attacking side. But still, Console is just one of those maps where you have to be able to come out successful on defense. Otherwise, you are just not a coordinated team. But Outlast Black getting that first round means we're not going to look at a flawless happen. Potentially, we can look at some teamwork to put us together and maybe see a 3-3 split.
So they have spotted Zonky. Okay, Zonky, does he not know he was droned?
I swear he just hopped off the cam.
But I don't think he knows.
Oh,
He doesn't know.
No.
Zonky gets taken out. He missed the drone when he got off the cam. That was a free kill for Dementeds. They can now take backside. Trev's on these teller stairs, but they can squeeze him out like they're doing right now.
They even have the live pings on him, forcing him to a very bad spot. He's in servers, picked off by Braze, downed but not out. Still, big problem here for Turtle Tactics.
That Ash charge didn't kill him?
Before. No, I don't think so. It landed close. Down but not out, but still, it is a big, big problem considering how they are playing. I mean, you have to be aware of your surroundings. Finally, as I say that, Vapoa walks up and takes care of yellow. This is what I mean. You guys do so well at droning out one portion of the map. You need to be more of a well-rounded team. You need to be able to address the other spots. Last time, you cleared the scope holes first. What happens when you realize you've droned out the site and there's only 3 bodies in there? You have 2 more running crazy. Vapoa is on the first floor, but forced off of addressing that. He's discouraged. The drones and the threatening intimidation of the brick walls is going to be very, very difficult to push, especially with not so much intel. Spider gets a pick and puts it right back up at level, and yet again Outlast Black are just giving up bodies like the rounds are free. You guys are playing in a grand final. You need to wake up. Just below a minute left, and Dementeds looks to address the site head on, winning his first gunfight on Vapoa, and now it's all sprung into action. He's found that gap to address. He's allowed his team to address security, but that DMR, it packs a punch. You get hit by it once. Don't be mistaken, you are going to fall. You'll take care of Ikor, but Spider gets beamed down. Dummy is now back into sight, looking to address. Dementeds takes care of Spider, but in the meantime, you're going to have another man fall. Spider and Braze get traded out for each other in a 1v1 situation. Dami, higher HP than Dementeds, but the case is in hand. And if he switches robots, he'll have higher HP. A big problem, as you have 7 seconds. Do you stick, or do you take the gunfight? Pros don't fake as Dementeds looks to isolate. Skeleton Key's activated in the close range, and he knows what he can do if he can allow himself to just get close to Dami. A little bit of ring around the rosy here as Dementeds, even at the long range, takes care of business, and Outlast Black have given themselves that fighting chance. 2 in a row now.
Yeah, as I said, I wasn't really too confident in their basement defense there. Right at the beginning, I expressed that concern, but I'm not sure. Trevmac getting picked off at the beginning there, not noticing the drone at his feet. That was an unfortunate, or not Trevmac, sorry. It was Zonky, wasn't it, the case?
Yes. Why would
Zonky?
You saw him hop off the cam too.
I don't think he saw. I think the gun may have blocked the drone.
Ah, yeah.
And that has to be it. Otherwise, there's no way he misses that. It's just, I think it's just an unfortunate circumstance that got Outlast Black the initial kill there, and that led their entire execute. Without that pick there, they might have a completely different execute.
It needs to be addressed differently, is all I can say. They need to be able to play as a unit. This is a problem when you're allowing Dementeds to literally waltz into security with lower than 20 HP and go absolutely crazy. They reeled it back
going
in.
tellers.
I mean, this is one of those sites, though, where I was going to say if you bring a Pulse or a Solus, you're set. But they don't have either. I mean, verticality is literally the name of the game for that chassis. The whole site is soft. As long as you don't give up the mudroom or server, you are in the best spot possible to isolate each and every one. But that's honestly not what we're going to see here. And Outlast Black have a fighting chance here. They can tie this up 3-3 with the way they've been looking, with the menacing ways they've been playing this out. They've been reeling it back in and addressing this site with no heavy verticality operators with that chaotic lineup that they have brought. Then I feel like this is a very realistic 3-3.
I think they might try to do a repeat of what they did in their second attacking round to win. I think they might go in with the Dementeds on the blitz and follow up with a heavy gun, maybe the Finka or the Ying. I think they might go for a quick tellers potentially. Finka, Ying, Blitz.
The amount of operators they have to support the rush, even if it goes wrong. They have the Finka for the
It's
chaotic
looking like
part
it's
of
going
it.
to be a quick.
Cade, oh no! Why would you take your shield out? A fat finger literally reveals all of Blitz, and he gets deleted from the lobby before Zonky thinks about it twice. A double kill, Finka. Such a crucial operator for that post as well. You've now lost the spearhead of your attack, followed up by the person that guarantees a reset of health if you mistake it. Plant
I don't know if
looks
they
to go
know
down.
where he is.
C4 goes loose. He's baited out successfully, but Butcher is forced to look like a headless chicken in the middle of sight. He'll be taken care of in a 2v4. This clutch, I mean, this rush has gone completely south. Verticality teamed up by Vapoa on site takes care of business in a 1v4 as all of that pressure has been dissipated in a matter of 30 seconds.
I think that fat finger from the Blitz may have lost them that round. Blitz staying alive there. Blitz staying alive there. Maybe they get the Cade earlier without losing more bodies, and then they could potentially get a safe plant with more people watching the vert. You could have somebody go downstairs, potentially on the teller's stairs, to make sure that the C4 doesn't happen so they can get a quick plant.
Absolutely outrageous. And not even that. Even before he pulled his shield and put it on his back, they literally let the Finka get one-tapped from behind. A little bit of trade action here as the split is not going to be evened out, rather a 4-2, which is still very achievable here for Outlast Black, but you have to fix that. It can't be fat fingering trying to come back from a 3-down loss, you know? You have to be able to try to even it out here. And turtle shelling your shield against a team called Turtle Tactics isn't the best way to start.
I wonder if the Cade was trying to shoot at the Blitz's feet because he probably heard the rushing, the Blitz sprinting. So maybe he was trying to shoot the feet, but then got somebody who was just entering in, and because of the height difference, it may have hit the body of the Finka.
I just can't believe that's what we just witnessed. I cannot believe that is what we've just seen.
It almost went so well.
It almost did because they had so much pressure built up on that single area. But even Butcher being allowed to move off of that plant, even if he wasn't going to stick it, he was forced into the midst of the site, allowing easy verticality with Vapoa. They literally deleted him. That's a problem. You have to play like a team. And now Outlast Black has it leveled.
I'm not sure if you've ever casted any Gugger games, if you know who that is.
I do. Mr. Notorious himself.
Yes, that play reminds me of a play he would IGL. So Gugger, the game where I pug stacked against Turtle Tactics, Gugger was in that game, and I think that's a play that we've done on Consulate with Gugger. He called something like that, and I like to see that aggression from Outlast Black.
I mean, this is absolutely hilarious considering you just said that, because I just casted Gugger last week. And on this map, ironically, he grabbed Mira, ran out of secret, and went to go sit in the attacker spawn with his Black Mira pulled out for the last 2 minutes of the round.
He will do that. He will do that. That is something Gugger will do.
What a guy. What a guy. I think
love
it's
that
even
man.
better. I'm pretty sure he's Canadian too. Makes it even better.
He is.
Unless if it's from
He
Alberta,
invited me.
it sucks.
No. Ontario.
Oh yes, my goat.
He invited me to go drinking with him at 3 a.m. one time.
Oh, of course he did. That sounds even more like him.
It was with him and Jog.
That seems like the weirdest way to get drunk.
I work at 7 a.m., so I couldn't.
A working man talks, a working man. Now, Outlast Black have the defensive, and they are not reinforcing the catering breach. That's not a way to start. As it stands, they're looking to either do the console or make it look like they're pushing into the console site, but switch it up midway through.
I wonder if they're going to go for a fast take here down the yellow hatch with Blackbeard and Monty. Try to walk in, just walk into site, take their ones.
The problem is, though, they don't have the Amaru to just waltz on into the site very fast if there's fire, but the biggest problem for Outlast Black is they don't have a Warden, nor a Goyo, nor anything that'll help out. I mean, you have the C4s, you have the smokes, but I don't think the Toxic Babes are going to be enough to deny this, especially with the amount of pressure that Turtle Tactics can build up.
I can see maybe the Blackbeard going to the bathroom window to apply some pressure into Secretary. maybe
Yeah,
cutting off that choke point, and then Monty drops the window, and then maybe they push up on that mute. But I'm just trying to see what they're doing here. They're taking a really long time to drone. They're being very methodical here.
I mean, that's the only way I would want it. A 10-man count for Turtle Tactics at the 90-second mark isn't horrible. They will look to address. There's a full swarm of yellow stairs building up that pressure. Zonky's on the front lines, looking to isolate Spider, threats the needle, but Ikor reels it back in, taking care of the spearhead. Monty, his shield is down. He is not scared to get his hands dirty. Vapoa finds Ikor and it all bursts into action. A 2v4 reeled back in as Butcher goes nuclear, but shut up by Dummy. A 1v2, but it's an actual 1v1 as it is a one-man down situation. What a way to start it off here. They got the rush, but they know that man is down. The flash isn't going to go off in time, and that's a clutch to call it. What a way to reel it back in, but I want to take a look at that one more time. How are we rushing into the building full speed? How do you have a 4v2 situation and you just let Butcher go absolutely disgusting in the sight? It's a problem, and that is a very well-deserved round for Outlast Black to just close out that deficit to 1.
So I almost called that execute perfectly. The only difference was that Blackbeard didn't go to the bathroom window. He just kind of dropped the hatch with everybody else, or the skylight with everybody else.
That was kind of the odd one out kind of play. I've never seen that.
I think that if the Blackbeard goes in through bathroom window there and maybe applies pressure to long desk, Monty doesn't go down, and he maybe stops Butcher from going as nuclear as he did.
Butcher, the unstoppable man of the hour. He's not positive. Two of his teammates are, but he was the single-handed reason that his team won that round. Capitalizing on the DBNOs, he knew there was 2 players downed, so he executed the won his second gunfight and tried to turn his attention over to the man that was walking in from meeting and approaching the split. But still, managing to win that round and closing out the deficit on a defensive, regardless of what side or what map you're on, regardless of whose pick it is, it's beautiful for Outlast Black. And considering we were staring down the barrel of a 3-0 first half of the game, they are looking way, way better now.
100%. And, you know, when I saw Turtle Tactics going up 3-0 in the first half, I thought we were going to see just a Turtle Tactics potentially sweep. But Outlast Black has really put in the work, specifically Braze going 9-5 right now, almost at 2 KD. He's putting in the work for his team.
Hopefully that continues to go. Now, we've seen 2 Legions from either side. Once it was on Turtle Tactics, it was Spider, and now it's Dexy just, you know, lurking, trying to make himself a problem on the other side of the map. But as it stands, Turtle Tactics bringing the non-traditional hard breacher for that main wall. They're going to bring the ace, meaning it's going to be an interesting way to get inside, because if that ace isn't fully vertical, if you didn't throw 2 of Selma charges stacked up on each other, you're going to have to vault in, which is going to put you at a little bit of an awkward angle. But the breach got opened with little to no protest. The C4 gets burned, and as it stands, there's not so much verticality established. If they get rid of this Banshee and just waltz in, as long as they have pillar covered, this might be a very one-sided affair, as it looks like everybody is not close to this site.
There was definitely a good job by Spider clearing, you know, clearing the util there, and then
What the hell?
I think he might be able to get. They don't have wall denial. I thought they were gonna have it. They don't have any wall denial. But I think he might. No, I think he might be going for the mirror windows with his Twitch drones. And if he gets those, I think that stops a big part of their defensive plans.
Any attacker knows to reset to the main breach, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Look at how free it is. You do have Vapoa in yellow, and he is going to have to head on against the Scopos as they look to close down that distance. Might become a problem, though. Once you try to close that distance, you allow this glass to go nuclear. Spider's already walking across. Discouraging. It gets knocked down by Blackbeard, but Tommy will finish him off. A little bit of teamwork, tag team action. And now, just below a minute left, Turtle Tactics finally find first blood. They look to go active on the flank, but is it too late? You have 2 players posted upstairs looking to deny. The only person that could teleport to Pillar without having to run to it is now dead. Braze finds Dami, but Vapoa finds Butcher. And now the clock continues to run out on these defenders with little to no leeway. They look to find Joy, but they just can't. Ace, Trevmac, you're the case carrier. Vapoa looks to get his hands dirty, get close up, but he just can't. Mira seeks refuge, successfully gets into into security, but Zonky drops into the site while TrevMac gets closer to try to get that plant down. Spider has that yellow coverage, and Zonky on the front lines looks to get his hands dirty yet again, but Brace finds a triple taking care of Spider. And now you just need to bait Blackbeard, but you don't mind. You'll take the ones, you'll win it. You'll have just Dexy go absolutely crazy on the yellow flank. You're telling me you guys had all of that control, but not a single drone watching that flank. And Outlast Black, out of nowhere, have put themselves right back into this game and put it right back up at level. 4-4 is the score.
I thought that this round was going to be Turtle Tactics all the way. Shows you how much I know. I thought, you know, they had that wall open with over 90 seconds to go. It looked like they had vert control for a bit there, but everything just fell apart right at the end.
I mean, it's always so hard to predict how a round will go unless it's a 5v1, all breaches are closing the guys baiting and spawn. But, like, I get what you mean. That was a Turtle Tactics dependent round. You had the breaches open, the drones locating that site was phantom. No one was in there. And you guys still managed to mess it up. You got the first pick, you almost on the second, you got refragged out, but you managed to reel it back in. You need to be able to execute. You have that Blackbeard getting a little over aggressive by trying to address security. I get what he was trying to do, but not a single defender was occupied with the planter. They were all focused on just moving TrevMac out the way. And that's another round Outlast Black successfully handles the consistent pressure from Turtle Tactics.
Yeah, honestly, I think the main issue there may have been the drone work, because if they had noticed that Mira was basically the only person who could have possibly contested them, should they go for a quick site plant there, they could have had plant down before the minute mark.
They have to be able to reel that back in. They need to be able to close those out. They don't know how important winning your own map is, and I feel like they're going to learn if they lose this round, because now you're staring down the barrel of a first map loss, which is your pick. And you guys have been in the lead this whole time. It's been a deadlock now, and you guys are the only ones that can change that.
I'm interested to see how Turtle Tactics will bounce back from that. Their 3-0 lead is now a 4-4 game, so that's got to be doing something to the mental.
It has to be. Just the ratio of rounds lost needs to be getting to their heads. But still, Outlast Black, they're looking menacing. You can't only talk to Turtle Tactics' faults, but you got to talk about Outlast Black's resilience. We were talking about how they weren't doing the fundamentals of Siege, and now they've managed to reel it back in. Whether it's the clutch play from Butcher, even if he's 4-7, or it's the consistency. Yeah, that's a bar. From Braze, he's 12-5 playing Valk. He has always denied. He's either found a pick or found 2 before he goes down, and he has been an essential player for his team considering he has the lowest deaths on him.
His flanks haven't been able to be stopped by Turtle Tactics so far. I think every single attack that Turtle Tactics has lost has been because Braze found the gap on their flanks and killed the Blackbeard last round, and that kind of set it in stone. But as I say, that Turtle Tactics is going for a pretty quick push here.
Now, we are seeing the consistent vigor from Turtle Tactics, and this is what Outlast Black were completely lacking on their play when it came to clearing out this piano verticality. Now, losing a body is not the best, but now the C4 raining on in, no joy, but Butcher consistently is a problem for this team to have to deal with. Zonky finally reels it back in, but not before Dexy continues to make this attack harder. And now you've lost your shot breacher, you've lost your shield op, and you find yourselves out in a 2v3 situation, and Butcher showing some visible frustration after fighting 2 kills and still getting rushed by that other shield op. But his team are going to be the ones that walk out of that situation with a positive scenario, and they're going to find themselves just a man up with just a minute left on the clock.
I can see Butcher putting pressure on the guys to maybe ban a Blackbeard or Monty in the coming round.
I could see that. I could see that. But again, Turtle Tactics completely swarmed upstairs. That's something Outlast Black didn't do. And still, somehow, what we thought was going to be a one-sided affair, Outlast Black, just out of nowhere, they fly up Spiral, reel it back in, find 2 critical kills, and they now find themselves in a beautiful situation.
And that's once again, I think, all Butcher.
100%. Still, and something I love to say is a lot of people think you have to go positive to do absolutely beautiful, but he has been impactful. He's been the clear decision maker for 2 rounds. They haven't won this one yet, but if they do, here's one of the reasons it has happened by being able to isolate each and every one. Dami threading the needle on the man that was trying to flank, and now a 2v2 situation makes it much more realistic, especially with that plant looking to go down on the split. Dami now boots on the ground looking to address that site, but the plant denied successfully. 1v1 situation, and Braze just needs to hide. That's exactly what he'll do. No time left for the Grim to close the distance. Outlast Black now claim the lead for the first time on this map, and Consulate is now not looking the way of Turtle Tactics as they just cannot find any leeway.
That was a great play by Dexy there, stopping the plant, and then, you know, an even better just decision by Braze to not aggro. I know countless teams there where the Valk would just peek and get destroyed by that Grim, and then the round would be lost. So it's good on him for seeing the right decision there.
Honestly, you need to be able to recognize the humble ability of either team. This is what I talked about. Bray is literally playing Valkyrie when he's the top frag. Maybe he just really likes Valkyrie, or maybe he just knows what his team needs. And he's managed to consistently show us that he is that player for Outlast Black that will lead them to that first round's win. Butcher, another absolutely crucial player. Dex, managing to clear out the man who was trying to stick that diffuser. He fell in the process, but a 4v2 situation shouldn't have allowed you guys to, you know, isolate it to a 1v1, but still, you guys came out on top, and you're now knocking on the door of the match point after consistently winning each round in and out, winning on the gunfights and the consistent teamwork.
So we do see the Monty ban coming out from Outlast Black, which I'm not surprised. We saw Butcher's frustration in the chat from what Turtle Tactics was running there. But I am a bit surprised that Turtle Tactics chooses to ban the Fenrir when the Valk has been causing them just so many issues.
Now, this is going to be the round that determines the pacing of this series, and I'm going to stand by that. Outlast Black have managed to give us a comeback for the ages, but Turtle Tactics is still not a team that'll go down without rest. Even if the mental is shocked, even if they aren't finding so much success, they will be able to reel it back in if they are given that moment. They don't have Mint on the coaching, meaning they are down on that adversary that will help them get to that match point. But right now, they're doing damage control. They need to find a round, regardless of how dirty it'll look. If it's a 1v4, if it's a dirty round where they can't use any utility at all and they mess up the execute. All that I care about is a round 1 screen for Turtle Tactics to be able to put themselves up at level, because losing your own map is an absolute horrible way to start off at BO5.
I'm a little confused by the setup Turtle Tactics is bringing here. They have 4 impact EMPs with no hard breach.
Oh my god.
I feel like they could be using their secondary gadgets a bit better with this lineup.
Now, a little bit of interesting thing. They'll have their spearhead of the attack just on the roof, looking to find entry, but that Valk is lurking, and if Braze has that cam set up in admin, a C4 is going to be detrimental to this execute, especially if it connects with either Vapoa, Zonky, you know what, anybody on this roster. Everybody on this attacking roster has something to offer to either a post-plant execute, an execute, or just trying to clear players out of certain areas. Vapoa puts himself on the front lines, considering he is the Deimos, and will be patiently set up here. But Braze looking to address from bottom spiral, and now, as we approach that 90-second mark, the tension is starting to build up here for either side.
Seems like Dexy might be in a bit of trouble here in a second if that Blackbeard chooses to push him properly, but saying that Braze is below, they do have a cam on him. Braze with the flank again could come in clutch for this Outlast Black defense.
Oh, they just have Ring Around the Rosie between the
and
first
the
two
C4.
players. We talked about it, and it's exactly what happened. The Blackbeard goes down. Vapoa also goes down to Braze. I thought he was going to find that refrag, but just no bueno. Spider threads that needle, just a quick little swing out into that hallway. Takes care of business, but you're still down a body. And now every single one of these players is going to remain posted up. You guys have so many problems to address, and with below a minute left, you'll manage to take care of Dexy. You put yourselves up at level, but him just holding his blood flow, do you know he is downed? As you send in the first Hawaiian launches to try to clear it out, they'll close the distance. They know he's down. They'll finish him off. They look to address this site. Glass looking to close the distance. You traded with a shotgun at the close range. That's a problem. That's a problem. Trev Mack has made it so realistic for his team to be able to walk out of this with a win. But still, a 2v2 situation. There's still C4 on the floor. What is Grim looking at? Completely lost. No audio. Dami, 1v1 for the second time, but Ikor reels it back in. Outlast Black are going to the match point as they have now become that team that are the clear favorites of making a comeback.
So I've said it, I think 3 times now, maybe 4 times this map. Braze on that Valk. It seems like he is the win condition right now for Outlast Black. That C4 below on the Blackbeard changes the entire round there. He doesn't kill that Blackbeard. They might kill Dexy there without getting a second pick. And then I don't even know how he killed Vipoa. Was it through the vert holes that the C4 made? Or was Vipoa pushing below?
No. Vipoa was in Visa, looking to catch anybody that was trying to lurk to play C4. The only thing is, he didn't account for that he was playing Ring Around the Rosie with that guy. When you had Braze lurking on the bottom of the Visa stairs, Vipoa was near the admin office, or the archives office, sorry, just lurking. But he wasn't reacting to the audio, and that is a big problem that Turtle Tactics need to address. If you guys think you can't play off of your comms, bring the drone. Bring the intel needed to be able to capitalize. But that's just not what we were seeing. And now, Outlast Black is on the match point after consistently winning almost every single round in the previous 6.
Yeah, Outlast Black has significantly brought this game back. I mean, I'm honestly kind of speechless how well they've pulled this back, because it was looking pretty bleak at the beginning of this.
I mean, they now are on that site that we were talking about previously that works with a pulse. That's exactly what they're going to have. Now, Turtle Tactics are not going to let up with that spearhead of the attack, and they will bring that Blackbeard. But hopefully he can find some leeway, because he has just not found any joy finding a kill and then falling. And I'm pretty sure the last time we saw Zonky be very effective was on that basement site, and they still lost that round.
I like that Trev is running the fuse. I think if they can take admin, that could work well. Potentially for, like, stopping a C4 from below, potentially the fuse charges could get a pulse C4 maybe.
Maybe is the biggest word out of that sentence, because we've just been doing a lot of if, buts, and maybes for this series, and it's just been Turtle Tactics to consistently look to put their pressure on the gas, but they've just, I don't know, slammed into a brick wall round in and round out. I thought it was going to be their map, and very clearly after they managed to claim the first 3, but now, I mean, they haven't won a round in 4.
Yeah, if Turtle Tactics, I think they really need to set the tone this round, that this is the series that they're going to win. They're going to win this best of 5, and they're going to take the first place spot in this league. I think this round kind of set, you said it a couple rounds ago, but I think this is the round that sets the tone for the rest of the series. Dami getting the first pick, though.
They look to make entryway into the site. The Surge is no longer going to be available as Finka is now deceased. And Braze on the verticality yet again. I mean, C4 from above or below. The man is just lethal regardless, but he looks to get addressed on the headway. Butcher looking to find a refrag. Couldn't quite capitalize the first time around, but the second he'll definitely confirm it. And they have that man advantage. One man looking up Spiral. Blackbeard looking to assist his teammate. You guys look to play something, but what are you doing? You're looking to go upstairs? With a minute left on the clock and the case is in possession. I mean, Butcher just needs to lurk and just wait to continue and stretch you guys out for your time. Cade now being on the front lines, having to address these 2 players as they look to just rush him and close out the distance. Ikor predicts exactly what's going to happen, but he's going to go out with a boom as he will trade out Zonky in a 1v1. As Spider, you desperately need to win this round to put your team on to a 1-round deficit. It's better than seeing your first map, which is your pick, completely lost. But you will get denied by Butcher. The man who has been crucial for 2 rounds in a row has now been the crucial for the 3rd, and now Outlast Black will find success on the first on their opponent's map.
Wow. I don't know what to say, but wow. That was... Butcher had a monumental defensive half there. I think he single-handedly won them 3 of those rounds. Getting hot at the right moments. A great comeback from him, because he didn't have a great first half. But great comeback from him and the entire Outlast team.
You couldn't have said it better. What we thought was going to just be such a large one-sided affair for Turtle Tactics has completely swung the boats. This is going to be a very, very, very difficult BO5 because Turtle Tactics are looking lost right now. That is a very, very hard or disheartening way or a demotivating way to lose your first map. But still, lots to be done, lots of Siege still left to be played. The next map, ladies and gentlemen, will be Border, which is going to be Outlast Black's pick, and we will be back soon after a break. What a first map that was. Talks, you have any thoughts?
You know, I doubted Outlast, and I guess those doubts came
It
back
blew
and
up
bit
in
me.
his face. He was telling
Yep,
me
I
behind the
lost.
screens, Sino, I'm going to gamble everything on Turtle Tactics this whole series. Outlast Black sucks. That's exactly what he said, word for word.
Whoa,
Isn't that
whoa, whoa,
right?
I didn't say they sucked. Come on, they have Butcher. They could never. They could never.
An absolute playmaker for last map. But talking about maps, Border is going to be the current venue for map 2, picked by Outlast Black. I mean, what a display of teamwork and resilience from Outlast Black last map. And now they'll be starting off on the attack, the OT starting defense on this. And hopefully we don't need to go to the overtime if they can shut out and grab as many on the attacking as possible. Because with the way they've been playing, I wouldn't doubt that they are a completely different team on this second map, not losing 3-0 in the first half. And I feel like they are definitely up for that task.
What I do like about the Border pick is that, honestly, I think Border is probably, maybe besides Clubhouse, the most 50-50 map that you can say. Like, Consulate, it's defender-sided. We saw that firsthand. But Border, you see it going either way all the time, even in Pro League. And so I'm looking forward, because it's not like, oh, Turtle Tactics' defense, they're going to get 4 rounds. I think it could be 6-0 for Outlast Black on attack if they keep up what they did last game.
6-0. That's a crazy stat line, even for a team that did this well on the previous.
I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm just saying it's one of those maps where an attack 6-0 scoreline is possible. Like, I wouldn't say Cafe a 6-0 attack is possible. Like, I'm sure it's happened, but maybe 1%.
I hope we can see some crazy things happen. But again, the only people, or the only team that can try to stop that is Turtle Tactics. Now, they took a little bit of a prolonged break in between maps, and hopefully that is going to help them to reset their mental. Not having Mint is definitely going to hurt them, and I know you wanted to speak on that. Do you have any thoughts on maybe what that could be doing for their gameplay?
So yeah, I was saying this in the little intermission, but I'll say it here as well. I think Turtle Tactics playing without Mint here, and maybe potentially the fact that this isn't maybe their top priority right now, as they're currently 2-0 in Element, they might not be fully focused on this game right now. And I think that could be showing in their play.
I mean, regardless of what tier, what league you're playing in, there's still a prize pool at hand. And again, there's also the egos at hand. I mean, there is a lot that needs to be done here for Turtle Tactics to come back from what just happened on their own map. And if they go down 2-0, they are going to be staring down the barrel of the series point by that third. So I feel like there's just so much to be done here. And this map is going to be the gateway that'll decide if we are just going to see another one-sided affair for Outlast Black, or if we're going to see maps 4 and 5.
So, okay, so they are playing the Castle again, so I think we've confirmed Castle is fully allowed in Customs now. So bringing the Flores is the good play for there from Dementeds. Although they used the Ash breaching charge to open up that Castle barricade on the east door. It's looking like it's probably going to be an Office to Archives take right now, but they could rotate over at the last second.
Literally just burning all the utility in and around the site. The Clutch Drones has claimed the Bulletproof Crema and now looks to claim the Jammers out as well. Is now an absolute critical piece of utility here for these attackers, as also paired up with the Rotero drones. Many forms of special utilized drones are taking care of a lot of defensive-sided utility. And that makes me wonder, if Brava has managed to keep one of these Clutch Drones reserved, she can try to claim these Evil Eyes as well. Dami finding first blood with just 70 seconds left on the clock here, taking care of Dementeds. Luckily, he's already used all of the Rotero charges, but now these attackers are going to have to find something of substance by either finding a refrag or just getting very aggressive onto the site.
One thing I don't like about the Turtle Tactics setup is that castle barricade that's in the mid 90. I know it's pretty standard and people use it a lot, but I don't personally like it because you can't watch the east push.
What are you doing?
Okay, Butcher just ignoring Viopa or Vipoa.
Oh, no.
Everything's just falling apart for Outlast here.
But after what? Braze reels it back in for entry through east into Archives, but after what? Your whole team's dead and you have nobody to surround you. You have no execute of substance. The case isn't in hand, and there's a three-way cross being held if you swing into Archives. Castle disengaging while he reloads, and now backing off before he can close that distance, but you can just leave it up to Poa paired up with that Maestro as they guard that case with their lives, close it out, and that's the first round for Turtle Tactics as Outlast Black lost first blood, couldn't find the second, and continued to fall like dominoes every engagement they were in.
Yeah, so, oh, okay. Oh, Dexy seems to be having some technical issues. But as I was saying, honestly there, I think that Outlast Black made a mistake by destroying that mid castle barricade, if they were the ones who destroyed it. If Turtle Tactics destroyed it, that's a smart play on their move, destroying it late. But if Outlast Black destroyed it, I think that was a big mistake. They could have potentially pushed into East, maybe had one guy just stayed watching that oh my god, that break room flank, and then they could have just pushed into office through the wall and through 90 Hall, and they could have made a pinch on somebody and maybe gotten a good Archives take off of it.
I agree 100%. There's so many different things that you need to be able to address at once, and getting swung off of the East overhang with little to no substance is an absolute problem.
Yeah,
that gas
I think
pipe got shot out, and they still managed to die from it. You have to be aware, regardless if you use that destructible ingredient or not.
They had Flores and Brava. They had so many drones that round. They need to know that somebody is there, and Butcher can't just be looking away from that entirely.
Essentially, also, the amount of utility you bring. Yes, the Flores drones are short-lived, but they get rid of so much intel. Those clutch drones, there was one still up and parked in Archives. You have so much control of the map, but you have one of the most common areas that defenders look to try and exploit to try to get their kills, and you guys just allowed them to do it. In Turtle Tactics now, they managed to get themselves on the board, and this is the defensive of border, meaning they need to be able to make this gap as large as possible so Outlast Black cannot come back from it. Outlast Black were on a 4-2 deficit on console, and they still came back and won it one round before we were going to force to go into OT. So still, there is yet a lot to be done here for either side, but it's honestly Outlast Black that still remains with that momentum from the last.
Yeah, and I noticed that, again, on the bans, they banned the Clash again. I really think that they hate shields. So if when we switch to the attacking half, I think Turtle Tactics has to play the shields, because it clearly ruins the mental. Especially Butcher, he showed his displeasure in the chat there, and I think that might just be the smart move from Turtle Tactics.
That friendly banter is honestly how and why I live to see this game. But as I am going to expect a short ready here from either side, we will be back after a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you our final thoughts from that previous round. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I told you, are going to be back from a very short break. Just had to make sure Moss working game booted up, and hopefully no more tech pauses stand in between us and commentating this beautiful, beautiful game. But Outlast Black suffering a crucial first round loss, and now they have a lot to come back from.
Yeah, I think in that last round, I think Bray spent a little bit too much time on the lurk there by Archives. I think he needed, especially after Butcher's died, I think he needs to rotate back to help his team so that they can power up together and take some gunfights.
I agree. And as they will be going bathroom as their next site, they'll have verticality, they'll have Mir on the board as well, and even taking care of Clash and a zombie. There's still so many operators, especially on border, that allow a very successful hold. And with the way Turtle Tactics is playing, they are looking to starve out the clock each and every time.
It is interesting to note that they are opting to bring the Thatcher this time instead of the Kludge drones and the Flores drones.
I think it's more relating to the fact that there's not as much utility to clear. It is surprising they don't have a Twitch, though. Braze is the spearhead of the attack with those ashes that can get rid of the black mirrors. But Twitch is usually that contingency plan for the attackers if both of those projectile breaches don't pan out.
Yeah, if Braze goes down early, then Turtle Tactics is an amazing spot.
Looking to claim upstairs first as they need to get rid of verticality. And Outlast Black, what we saw in Consulate is their verticality lacked vigor. They couldn't play correctly. I mean, they had all the right operators, they had the right ideas, but when it came to applying the pressure in the right moments, they found themselves pinched for time, and they couldn't find anything of substance. And when they did, when they found that inkling of hope, they fell short in the last second. Hopefully that changes when it's their map. Candela sent in, Z4 prepped to get tossed out on the double door, and a player lurking on the top of East. Dexy taking a good amount of HP, while Spider looks to engage top East. Candela rolls into top East. Spider goes down, Dami in and taken care of as well. Zonky taking care of Dementeds as well, and now we find ourselves in a 4v3 situation where Outlast Black possess that one-man advantage. Make it 2, Butcher shuts out Zonky. Make it 3 as Dex takes care of Apoa, and now we find ourselves in an Outlast Black dominated situation as Butcher finds Trevmax trying to rotate into the waiting room and shut out almost instantly as they find a response so fast, and we find ourselves right back up at level.
There it is again, though. We see Butcher just going nuclear, getting hot at the right moments, getting 3 kills there within 30 seconds in that round, really opening up the floor for his team to take that vertical. And then once they killed everybody on the vertical, that round was over.
That is the team that will take rounds. That is a team that looks completely different to their Consulate attacking. Outlast Black has completely flipped the script. They're looking awake, they're looking alive, and they are hungry for each round they engage in. And I feel like that's what you want from a team that is looking to claim the first season of the THL's Grand Final. They're going customs.
They are going customs. This is the second time we've seen them pick an off-site. You know, on Consulate they pick the Teller site. Usually, I don't know. Maybe it's different from what I remember, but I'm pretty sure Piano is the standard tertiary site.
I mean, it honestly depends on the team's playstyle. Archives isn't as bad as people paint it to be, but wow, customs. I haven't seen a consistent team play customs since Dark Zero.
Maybe they're capitalizing on what we were talking about earlier, is that Outlast Black vertical play has been quite lacking. Customs, you need vertical. You cannot push customs without the vertical. If you go for a horizontal take there, you're just going to get destroyed by anybody in CC or break.
Fair enough, but are you willing to risk your tertiary site based off of that?
It seems like Turtle Tactics is.
All right, well, let's see if they can replicate the holds of Dark Zero. A little bit of blast from the past action here. I'm excited to see if anybody can replicate Canadians' plays on this site. As of now, first man located on a drone, but Dami will locate it. Not similar to the last map where one of his teammates, Zonky, if I'm not mistaken, completely was unaware of that drone and got shut out. And we find ourselves yet again with Outlast Black looking to address the verticality, but they do have the boots on the ground within the first minute.
Yeah, yes, it was Zonky who missed the drone in the last one, but we might be seeing Butcher pushing up behind, but Dementeds kills Vipoa.
Now, an East engagement looks to go down. Ikora walks out victorious, looking to catch all the action. Dex takes his gunfight, wins as well. In about 30 seconds, we've seen 3 1s completely overwhelmed by Outlast Black as they have found success in every department. Now, the only thing they have to worry about is maintaining said success. Just keep that execute on the board and get that diffuser down. They'll take care of Dami as well. Trevmac looking to deny the plant, but buddy, it wasn't even going down. And he will fall. As what I said, you go customs, you are literally asking for a round to be dropped on your head. You are not Dark Zero, and that is very evident as Outlast Black claims their second.
If I'm Turtle Tactics here, honestly, I think I take a tactical timeout. They need to talk out something. They just lost every single one there. That Castle probably should have won that one in Armory, but he lost it. Banning the ace here is smart from them. The ace has been causing them some issues. Dexy getting mad at his ace getting banned, but the ace has definitely been causing them issues. That's a smart ban from Turtle Tactics, but Turtle Tactics needs to win their ones. If they don't win their ones, they're just going to keep getting flawless.
They're more focused on the friendly banter. I mean, there's so much to do, and I am all for friendly banter as much as the next guy, but still, you guys need to lock it in here. Turtle Tactics, we're going sites that we can't back up. You lost every single one. Not a single one was correctly taken. You guys were shut out in security, archives, armory, vertical. Everywhere they were losing their ones. And again, we were talking about how rounds get starved out here. If we find ourselves in an Outlast Black-dominated attack, it is going to be very, very worrying for Turtle Tactics as they have to switch on to the attacking of their opponent's home turf.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is, you know, I think you can tell so far that this is Outlast Black's map, especially with how comfortable they looked on that last round. I don't think there was a single point of that round where I thought, yeah, this is Turtle Tactics all over it.
I agree. Honestly, I agree. We saw the first 3 kills rain in. We thought it was a one-sided affair. Usually, when we get to that point of the round, we see like a consolidation kill, a little bit of a participation prize. We didn't even see that. They kept their foot on the gas until the very last second of that round. And honestly, valiant for me. I mean, I respect it as much as the next person. Still, yeah, so much to be done.
Dementids went pretty off that last round. I believe he got, I think he got all 3 of his kills that last round, if I am not incorrect.
Still, we are on the second map out of a potential 5, but I don't feel like we're going to 5 if Turtle Tactics continue to fall short to the consistent pressure from Outlast Black, as they look to continue and keep their foot on the gas. Even after that pseudo disband, they look like they are just awake and ready to play like they never left, and that's exactly what we're seeing in and out of each round. Oh, Frost. Oh, Frost. Oh, Frost. Check for the mats. Vapoa gets traded out, but he's down. Given a second chance at life. Dami takes care of Butcher. And now that pressure is being applied. Valk looking to get her hands dirty. Candela sent in. Res successful. And Vapoa gets that res canceled as he looks to get res for the second time. They reinforce it after Dami just couldn't hold F correctly. We find ourselves in a 4v1. That's the second Frost map. Do you guys not look down when you enter, especially when she's on the board? Dami now gets baited out, but the C4 from hell as Trevmac drops on his head like he's LeBron, and that's a response from Turtle Tactics.
Yeah, no, that round right there was all decided by that Frost. You have to know when Frost is on the. Did they not know Frost was on the map at all? Because they really didn't look down. That jumping into a window as a shield when there's a Frost on the play, you can't do that anymore. You can't ADS anymore when you're vaulting. You just can't do it.
Disappointing round. It was a really disappointing round from them.
Yeah, a complete 180 from round 3 where they went flawless. That was almost a near reverse of what happened.
The complete opposite of what we've seen on Customs. I mean, just look at how they played that out. It's a problem. Now, they did well on that armory site when they had it the first round, but it wasn't as dominated like that. We didn't see any crazy ones where one man just walked into the overhang, caught a man droning. No, we saw a rush try to get executed here by Outlast Black. They're looking for that string to pull on. They weren't even looking. They were making a string to pull on, that thread to execute on, but they couldn't find it. And in the process, they lost 2 lives to Frost Mats, and that just can't be happening when you're looking to make that difference higher and higher for yourself.
Honestly, if I'm Turtle Tactics here, I might bring the Frost again just to see if it works. I mean, even after they knew the Frost Mat was there, the Ash still fell for it.
Mira has been a very consistent pick. Warden taking that 3rd ban instead of herself, and that will be quite interesting to see how they'll utilize that. Now, this roster is very dependent on how long Trevmac stays alive and how effective Vapoa can be on this Valkyrie. Now, you guys are not on that second floor. You're in bathroom, and that is the most important message of this round, because if you get a little aggressive on that verticality and you go down stubborn, you're going to go down. Yes, you put up a fight, but these attackers can snowball and move their way towards that site, even if they're low on time with that man advantage.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree with anything you just said there. I do think it's interesting that the Solus is playing in this back angle there with the SMG-11. You got to be really confident to win those long-range gunfights with the SMG-11.
First blood in the favor of Apoa. He will shut out Butcher, and it looks like the second engagement will be on the depths of East, but will be disengaged. Zikor will take damage, trying to seek refuge on the other side of the overhang. Hops back down, but it's an absolute bloodbath on the other side of the map, as now you'll lose her Habana as well. East looking to be addressed by Ying. She'll get hit by the F-Naught, and she will be trapped into a corner. I mean, why would you stand in front of a door that is very easy to shoot through? I mean, I just feel like it's common sense. Move out the way. But Outlast Black, instead of having their foot on the gas to build up an advantage, it looks like they've done a complete 180 of the pressure they've been applying so far, and they'll be down a man, but they'll have plenty of time to try to reel it back in and string together an attack.
I mean, Outlast Black does still have 2 R4Cs up on the board. That is a very strong gun and can, I mean, maybe not for I-Core, but Braze could potentially out-body shot everybody except for maybe the Mira. It's still a winnable round, but Braze and I-Core are going to have to pull something out of the hat, out of left field, and really show us that they can win this.
I mean, Braze was looking to find access through detention, but can't quite. And Core still taking so much damage earlier, but still has enough health in his pocket to be able to walk out of this and address each and every gunfight with his head held up high. Spider looking to close this difference. They now know exactly where he is. He is in Archives, and you guys are waiting on Fountain, but Braze retrieves that case and now is going to drive a wedge if he can claim access on that side of that map. It's all about the map control. As you have 2 players waiting for that player to address Archives, that leaves a very large gap, and that is from ventilation. There's no rotate there, but all of the walls are soft, and Ash possesses 3 pocket breaches and 1 projectile, but she looks like she's just going to head on through. Looking to find the cam, but honestly, we're going for the intel, trying to execute. Braze shuts out Zonky. The other 2 are waiting upstairs, and Zonky takes care of Ikor, and it will be that Fenrir on the east overhang to take care of business. And now, this is a Turtle Tactics game, as they now grab that lead after diffusing that pressure from Outlast numerous times.
Yeah, I think Turtle Tactics is getting their stride in finally. You know, we saw it in the first 3 rounds of map 1. I think we're seeing it again. I think they're finding their rhythm again. They're winning their ones, which is the important part. They're getting the opening picks. Vipoa's he's like Braze on last map. You know, his lurks are making some major issues for Outlast Black right now.
I agree. And that might just have to do with the fact that we are on border, and it's just one of those maps where if you can't address that defensive utility correctly, you will get starved out each and every round. But it just looks like Outlast Black are a little lost. I don't know if I'm the only one seeing it. We're seeing them not get aggressive when they need to, and we're seeing them get aggressive when it's not needed. We had one man just parked out outside East while getting affected by the F-Nauts, just stood in the middle of the barricade, and it's an easy wallbang. I mean, where's that coordination? I mean, take a look at how Outlast Black last round. Not very instant replay, but allowing to give yourself access throughout that long haul and waltz on in. You guys were giving yourselves each and every play to waltz on in. You were addressing the site. You were addressing your ones. You even took the balls to address a glass head on. You lost the gunfight, but you evened it out and allowed the rest of your team to apply that pressure and run that clock out.
I wonder if we're gonna see, I don't know, maybe a first floor take with Butcher here. Maybe just try to get the vertical. Maybe go in from Teller's window. Try to get this Malusi out of bathroom and then take from there. I'm just trying to think what Outlast Black is gonna do to do differently this round to try to bring back some of that first round magic.
And if they win this round, it's not like these guys have been getting flawless. They still have 2 rounds next to their name. They can walk out of the split with an evened out man count. And by finding first blood, you have set yourselves up to be able to do so. Now, there's still plenty of time and plenty of things left to do on this execute. But the fact is, finding first blood allows you to reset, take a second, and address each and every area of this map ever so slowly. But main idea should be to clear the players upstairs as Vapoa takes a good chunk of health, and he is going to be assisted by TrevMac and Zonky, but he is going to have to reel himself back in because that P10 Roni at the long range isn't as lethal, and you're now facing up against multiple ARs here. Butcher goes down to just 20 HP, but that is built up on the damage he's taken previously. But Dami losing a good amount of his health as well means this pressure is just going to get even worse from Outlast Black onto Turtle Tactics.
I think one thing Outlast Black really needs to do better on is their droning. There are some gaps that we can see, but by Poa going into one of those gaps into their attack, just nobody's watching flank. They have no intel on the flank. Dexy does even it out, though.
Dex finding one. Now, he was looking to claim that Solus' life as well, but now she's dropped that hatch, meaning one-man count in the favor of Outlast Black and Dami, sacrificing a little bit of HP to get entry into bathroom. You were in no rushes. There is literally nobody pushing you. But still, a big, big problem when you have your players branching out into customs, one looking for a late-round flank. Good use of your utility, but just below a minute left and sacrificing so much HP will become a problem. Now the drones finally are going to be used, but one of them is a Rotero charge, meaning you only have that 7-second on the board to get that intel. The trade-off of the case
they don't know.
Successful, but Zonky, I mean, that's kind of the big problem when you don't bring Nomad nor Gridlock to your roster. Easy flanks will happen. TrevMac finds Brace to reel it back in for his team, as now the script has completely flipped. Dexy looks to close it out in the long range, has that bearing 9, but the SMG-11 is just too hard of an opponent to come up against. Demented is now on the front lines in sight, looking to isolate each and every one, threads the needle on the first, but gets hit by another goo mine, as now verticality is established on him, and the man on site looks to get his hands dirty. Malusi's in the corner, but loses the one. Are you serious? Just 5 seconds left. Intel is going to go down on him, planting. He's 1 HP, meaning an easy shotgun shell will do the job. And Turtle Tactics emerge victorious, and they will be moving on to a 4-2 split as they approach attack.
That was a pretty crazy way to end the side there. Demented somehow almost bringing that back was crazy. But Outlast Black on their attacks, they need to figure out how to fix their flank issue. They have been getting flanked in their gap over and over. I think you're right. They need to bring the Nomad or the Gridlock because clearly they don't have cam set up to watch that. They had no idea Zonky was coming from Office and Fountain.
2-4 is the score line. I can't say we've seen this before, or I can say actually we've seen this before, but we have seen Turtle Tactics completely toss advantages out the window. So I can say this is still anyone's game, but Outlast Black looking like a completely different team, and that's not a good thing. They had a lot of pressure to build up on Consulate, and now we're not seeing the same, meaning they're going to have to pick it up here now that they're on the defensive.
I said this at the beginning of the game, but it looks like Turtle Tactics is bringing the Monty and the Blackbeard. I think they might be just trying to get in their heads. They know how much that Outlast Black does not like the shield play. I like the Twitch. I like the Nomad pick. I think Turtle Tactics is setting up for a really good first round here on attack.
But even when we saw the Monty, I mean, we saw a Blackbeard on the split site between Archives and Tellers on Consulate. We were on the match point and there was a shield op alive in a 1vx situation. It was, I think, Blackbeard and Lion up together. And the Blackbeard just completely sprinted at the Kaid, trying to close out the distance like any shield op would. But in the process, he lost his life due to a C4 that took care of both the Kaid and the Monty. And that just left a 1v1 situation where the Lion got executed in that 1v1. It was an easy defuse to send us to the current board that we're on right now. The shield ups need to be utilized correctly, regardless of what you're bringing. But the thing is, Turtle Tactics attack always looks so much more strung together, but it's always that final nail in the coffin that's been that very hard roadblock for either side.
And you see with the 6-picks, they get rid of the Monty actually in favor of, I think they switched to Finka, and they also now have the Sens. I do like the Nomad play here. One of the biggest issues on their attacks last time was Braze was getting all the flanks. They could not stop him. The Nomad on a small map like Border could completely shut down Braze's flanks, and that could be a huge detriment to the Outlast Black defense.
Better hope to God that's exactly what happens, as there is still so much to be done here for Outlast Black, and staring down the barrel of a 2-5 split on your first round of defense might not be the best of ideas. So this is where the first impressions on your side matter. This is your home turf. You know this map in and out, and you practiced it. Show us that. You've managed to starve out Turtle Tactics on their own map, and if you can make matters worse to claim a 2-0 map series, we are looking at a completely different series. But again, it is all to their own discretion if they are willing to be up for this job or not.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. But we see here that the Legion's getting flashed out.
In sight!
They're already in sight. What's going on?
Tommy traded out. Zonky finds this Warden in a close quarter. Warden tries to go out fighting, but somehow after all of this bloodshed and carnage in the site, we find ourselves right back up at level. Braze, verticality won't help you this time around, buddy. You need to get your hands dirty. They try and address, but that plant isn't going down. You guys don't even have to rush yourselves. The second you hear that case going down, you will be rushed. That's exactly what will happen. Blackbeard addressing top metal in the offices all by his lonesome spider, watching that cross but can't quite thread that needle, meaning this one will be quite beautifully isolated. Now Zonky finding two, looking for that third on the man that lies in the depths of security. Now Fink has a surge to reset both of them, one back up to 100 HP and the other one on a little bit of higher HP, but she will have enough bullets in the LMG to lock out the gunfight. Beautiful from Zonky paired up with the rush here, and that was pitch perfect on how to apply pressure to the armory site. 2-5 is the scoreline, and we are 1 round shy away from the match point on the second map.
I think the credit for this round goes to that Blackbeard there. I think he played it a little weirdly right at the end there, but that execute happens because Blackbeard just runs into Archives. I don't know if he went in through the door or the window, but him applying that pressure just allowed everybody else to walk into site and take full control. I think there was only 2 people on site.
And I mean, we saw the pressure being applied from that Fink on the AC vent all the way into the small office area in Africa. But still, she missed almost her whole mag on anybody crossing, allowing Valkyrie and Fenrir to team up onto that Blackbeard and win that gunfight. But the final nail in the coffin was to isolate Zonky, and a double kill was just not how to do that. 2-5 as both teams look to claim each other's map, and it's a little bit of a deja vu in a vice versa situation where Outlast Black and Turtle Tactics claim each other's map in a T4 league.
I am a little bit confused on the lineup. Okay, wait, no, never mind. I switched to the Twitch. I was going to say it was looking like they were going to do a quick plant through the window with the Sens and the Monty, but I think they've completely changed their minds here.
For the better. Turtle Tactics, they've grabbed that one rush round that most teams won't expect once you see such a large difference. But now, the fact is, if they lose 2 rounds, they're still 1 round shy of that match point. But with the momentum they've already built up, I feel like this is just going to continue to be a one-sided affair.
I think putting the DMR on Vipoa is going to do them a lot of good this round. Vipoa's I mean, I know Zonky's been doing great, but Vipoa's really been the dagger in their back this game. Saying that, Braze destroys him immediately on that front door. I guess you got to hit your shot on the cam the first time so that doesn't happen.
What is it Richie says? Who you challenge? Vipoa gets deleted from the lobby, and that's your Twitch gone. I mean, she's useful for utility, but you could have lost a much more crucial pick, which could have been that Ram. It could have been your IQ, but they will all live to see another day. You have so many more impactful players on your roster, and I feel like that was the least chaotic downfall for Turtle Tactics. As the clock runs down, though, just 30 seconds later, they'll claim a refrag, and Dex is now taken care of. We find ourselves right up at level as they look to address this verticality.
The Goyo, again, the Goyo going down, it could have been a lot worse. The Goyo's already placed his utility. They know where it is. They know how to use his util posthumous here. So I think if it was the Valk going down, it could have been a lot worse.
Now, there's so many things that need to be done for the side of Outlast Black. But the first one is to make sure there is nobody getting too aggressive upstairs, because your main job is to deny time. And with drones on you, I was going to say, it's not the best of situations, but Braze is just an absolute weapon for Outlast Black. He was impactful with the double digits last map and now looks to go down that same path. His team is staring down the barrel of a 3-round deficit, and he still will provide for them each and every round. Just a minute left on the clock here, and now Outlast Black have that one-man advantage.
I think Braze looked at the scoreboard and said, oh, wait, I'm not by far and away the top frags. I think he had to step it up a bit. And I like to see the aggression from Braze. Holding that vert is definitely a challenge, but he won that gunfight. And now we see another gunfight happening. Zonky getting the flank on Butcher and Demented, putting the momentum in the favor of Turtle Tactics. This is a completely different round now.
If you're not going to reinforce that triple wall, be aware of your surroundings. That was not seen. The Volcan canister burns for 30 seconds, which means they have that plausible deniability until there's 5 seconds left on the clock. But in that meantime, in that very short frame of time, you're going to have to deal with that full pressure from the hatch. The flashes that rain on in. And Frost, a little bit of a whiff. You got to be able to capitalize. Both sides, really, not being able to capitalize. Braze on the flank. Just get as far away as possible as you can from that man on the hatch. A pre-placed frag will blow up in time, but it's still going to be a 1vx situation here. TrevMac looking to stick it and is now going to be protected by the Vulcan canisters on the rotate and the other man in ventilation, but he'll shut out. Braze, you need an ace to shut this out, but waiting room cross is established. And TrevMac is not going to give you any free picks here by taking the sweet old time. There is one reinforcement spare if he can try to go for it, but still very bold if you do. Looking to just long arm it instead. TrevMac, can you thread that needle? You see the backside of Braze deny him of that ace of that round. And Turtle Tactics are now moving on to the match point.
So you see there on the defense, their attacking habits coming back to bite them again. The flank, they keep having their back turns to these important figures, and they just keep getting punished by it. Braze almost somehow single-handedly won that round for them, but you can't have a single player winning every round. This is a team game.
Wow. Quad kill. The intel is absolutely amazing, and it was literally his Valkyrie camera. He is setting himself up for every single kill that he gets. It's a problem when your team is relying on one man to make the individual plays to go up, but still, the problem poses, what is Outlast Black doing as a unit to come back and dissect Turtle Tactics? We saw how they were playing on console. That was a team. This is, again, just 5 players trying to find 5 individual plays. That double team upstairs, losing 2 bodies in that verticality, is crucial to the integrity of your site hold, especially when it's in a way allowing Zonky to just double swing into the east balk and just go absolutely nuclear. Zonky is currently 11-5 and also has been a very, very big difference maker for Turtle Tactics on this map.
Yeah, and one thing that worries me, though, is that we haven't seen a single tactical timeout from either team. I believe it's winner takes all in this league, so that means $200 per player is the grand prize for winning this.
I feel like when it comes to, especially Turtle Tactics versus Outlast Black, Turtle Tactics usually has the one-up on every single team in T4 when they play T4, because most other teams don't have a coach, because Turtle Tactics is of that caliber and they have Mint as well, which makes it even better. But right now, they don't have Mint, meaning just taking a timeout either allows Outlast Black to reset mentally or kind of sets up an impromptu reset mental that might not even benefit them the way you think it would. So maybe keeping a timeout off the board is for the better, but still, I get what you mean. There's still so much to be done for either side. Turtle Tactics are now getting into their groove, though, and as you said before, once you allow them to find their footing, they are an unstoppable freight train.
It looks like they're going for a quick play on the first floor here. I think they're just going to try to clear all the vert immediately. And they don't want any C4s. They don't want any problems when they go for their execute. That being said, Vipoa, yeah, does walk up east, almost getting killed by that Fenrir.
What the hell?
Zonky gets the kill. That was an interesting play by Dexy. It does not work out in the end.
A disastrous
I'm not sure why
play
he
if
jumped.
that shank landed 100%. That would have been disastrous if he hit that, but I don't know. Dexy took after his favorite WWE superstar, tries to bring it from the top rope, so it gets traded out. And not even traded out, he is dead, and the rest of Turtle Tactics is alive and kicking. Now, those are not the plays that your team should be interested in making when you're staring down match point, and you've only won 2 rounds out of 8 currently.
Yeah, when you're down 2-6, I don't think it's the time to make the superhero aggressive plays.
100%. Now, just below 90 seconds left on the clock. Demented's repurposing his F-Knots, and they need to be able to find a refrag here, especially with the spearhead of this attack being Blackbeard. There's so much pressure to be built up, especially when he possesses those frags. There's going to be a large, large problem you're going to have to deal with. And you're even allowed him to walk in through east having this rotate, so Turtle Tactics now have the easy entry, especially with one man in the midst of the site. Hello, we're letting him waltz in. You repurpose that F now, but for the worse, as now Spider gains easy access, but will get the hell out the site and looks to help out Domi with the pinch onto security. An instant refrag. Butcher finds one, but finds no joy on the second. 4v2, make it a 4v1. Braze, top metal, but he's pinched out in every single area of the map. Frag grenade deals the preliminary damage to discourage him from even walking up metal. And now as they look to isolate him yet again, the frag grenades continue to push him back. They're holding him at bay. There's no C4 left in the pocket, and even if there was, he's planting on bricks. A 1v4 situation while staring down the match point. Braze is the only player on his team that has gone positive this map. Threads that needle by taking care of Vapoa, but still, after what? The rest of OUTLAST Black has failed Braze as he now looks to dig himself out that hole. That is a 1v3 situation with that plant down on the match point of your home turf. Looking to isolate as he turns his attention right back onto the man that sits in security, but Spider is not entertaining this. Just a bunch of ring around the rosy as he looks to continue and run out the clock here. All you have to do is get below 7 seconds and OUTLAST Black, regardless of what they do, still cannot counter defuse this bomb. The punch hole is down. Domi threads it, and now we are moving on to our third map with Turtle Tactics taking the second, which is Border.
Yeah, I think just OUTLAST Black, they really need to lock in that their gaps and their flanks. Like, they were oblivious that Spider had jumped in through a window. I know the audio in Siege can be funky, but you gotta know when a guy jumps in through the window right next to you and the Fenrir had no idea.
I think he was actually on the door he waltzed in through. He just sprayed it down with the DMR and called it. But again, we saw the Fenrir repurpose that F-Naught, and it came back to bite them in the behind. That is a big problem you need to address. But the first map in the favor of OUTLAST Black, they played on the home turf of Turtle Tactics and they won. Now vice versa, as Border goes into the favor of Turtle Tactics. Nighthaven Labs is now looking to give somebody the series point, and we will be back after a short break to figure out who that is. Now, what a first and second map that's been. I mean, there's no better way to start a best out of 5 with both teams finding a response on each other's map. I mean, what type of interesting deja vu is that? But as it stands, the third map is still yet to be played. Nighthaven Labs with OUTLAST Black starting on the attack will be the venue that we will be seeing today, and I'm quite interested to see who comes out on top. You got any predictions here, Talks?
I think that Nighthaven is a map where strats are necessary because people have really figured out how to play this map by now. I think a team that is actively scrimming and playing at a high level like Turtle Tactics, I think their strats might take them the extra mile on this map. But then again, I thought the same thing for Consulate, so we could see this go either way.
Now, do you have any clear favorites, I can say, for either side here? Because I know everybody has tried to get their chunk of the pie here, but not everybody has been able to get just as successful. I know mine is definitely going to be either WildboyZ or Butcher with the way they've been trying to contribute to the team.
I think it's going to be... I think this might be the time that Trev Mac activates.
Unk activates?
I think we might see the Trev Mac activation on this map. I don't know. The heart wants what it wants. I've made some crazy predictions before on Twitter, like, you know, saying Temper was going to beat Hakikomori. I know logically it might not make sense, but the heart wants what it wants, and I think we might see Trev Mac go off here, and then I think Butcher or WildboyZ is the safe play for OUTLAST Black.
Did you just say Temper to win against Hakikomori?
I responded to Milo on Twitter. Like, I know logically they were never going to win that, but I really wanted it to happen.
Didn't they get 7-0'd?
Yes, I really wanted it to happen.
Man, whoever's dealing to you, never mind. Only I can see. Now, Nighthaven Labs is the venue picked by Turtle Tactics. A little bit interesting. I was saying on the pre-show, OUTLAST Black picked attack purposely. I hope to God it's better than their defensive because they have been starved out of both of their hard breachers, and they're going to have to verse Clash and Mira on the same roster.
You can't forget that Azami, she's probably, or I guess they had the Fenrir playing top rafters instead of the Azami, which I find interesting. Usually you have that Azami playing in that corner, and the Twitch is getting the Mira drone right away, or the Mira window right away. They're losing a lot of util really quickly.
Now, losing that first is always a big problem, but still a leveled man count and wasting out the seconds is always the most essential thing as a defender. So as long as they maintain the site control and they continue to starve out the defenders, then it will be perfectly fine, but that's just not what happens. WildboyZ goes out by finding 2. You're taking care of the Mira and Zonky. That's 2 C4s taken care of as well. You can't just be thinking of their special ability. Their passive ones as well are just as important. Now OUTLAST Black have found that thread to try to capitalize on, and by Butcher finding access into the site, he has found the access. They're jumping the Clash. Trev Mac will fall. Dummy success on the C4, but guess what? The plant has yet to go down. 90 seconds left on the clock, and Turtle Tactics have been dissected in and out of the first round, and that is a first impression for the ages as Dexy threads that needle onto that broken mirror on rafters, and that'll be a first for OUTLAST.
I guess they did pick attack on Nighthaven for a reason. That double kill from WildboyZ just opened it up, and then Butcher did not hesitate. He just walked in on that rafters, and he got his 2. So I guess again you're also right. Butcher and Dexy, or not Dexy, Butcher and WildboyZ getting the kills here, going a bit hard, one may say. I don't know. Maybe they did pick out attack for a reason.
I mean, that execute all started off with the main man himself, Mr. WildboyZ. Access right into rafters and taking 2 bodies down, especially with the C4s in their hands. That's a problem that Turtle Tactics cannot afford to have happen to them again. They're not even going to give the second floor a chance again. They're going to switch from command instantly down to the basement, and hopefully they'll find more success on this site.
Yeah, they got shut down before they could really even put up a defense against them. WildboyZ just, he got the 2. He got them so quickly in succession. They did get the refrag, but it was all too late by that point.
Oh, man. This has been an interesting matchup, and honestly, respect to either of the teams because they have been challenging each other each and every map. I have gotten to the point now where if we see in the big bold letters that a team picked a certain map, it doesn't matter to me anymore because we've seen the impossible happen. We've seen comebacks happen. We've seen 2-7s happen. It's just going to continue to build up, and I think this is going to be a large surprise if we go to the map 5, just due to the fact that either side are just as hungry to win as each other.
I think we might see a big round here from Butcher. They don't have the mute in play on Turtle Tactics, so this Deimos play could go really well if he gets set up properly. They do need to clear this Azami first, though, for that to happen.
We saw what happened the first time, even with that Azami on the board. Even with her on Raptors, Braves kind of just, ignored it and swung into it, which is hilarious to see,
yeah,
considering they found 2 kills. But, I mean, Dementeds is knocking on the door of sight. And this is what I mean. You spread out too much towards trying to do upstairs holds onto rafters, storage, warehouse, whatever you're trying to do, you are completely disregarding the actual site itself. There's one man on the front lines on site, and it is just Spider. If he can hold us down like Fort Knox, beautiful. But he is literally taking his sweet old time. Will get shut out, but now we find ourselves right back up at level. But they found the entry. The site is barely set up. There are no Volcan canisters. You have one trap pop, and I'm going to be 95% sure that Dami has repurposed all of these goo mines to be placed on the first and second floor.
On that impact grenade that Vipoa throws, he has to be ready to swing that immediately. He should have, honestly, Demented should not have gotten a kill there. I think Vipoa should have had that kill instantly.
No.
As I'm saying that, Zonky gets a kill on the Dexy, but then Zonky gets immediately traded by Butcher. This is just a back and forth round. Nobody has a clear advantage right now.
Dami was the one to knock on the stairs and able to find some damage. Wasn't able to find a kill, but he pushed that Hibana into an off angle where she was forced to prone. A little bit of a weapon malfunction led to her death. Now it's right back up at level, but still verticality being established just below a minute left. I mean, OUTLAST Black are definitely going to be pinched for time here, but the Animus hatch remaining closed is going to be a problem. Hibana is no longer up, meaning they have to push into the traditional paths of either Exo, Cargo, or try to go for the breaches, but there are reinforcing. You guys didn't bring that hard breacher, so there's only 2 places you can push in. And we know Turtle Tactics has very good individual gunfight ability. The question is, can they deal with the overwhelming impact of these attackers?
I'm thinking that 20 seconds left right now. They don't really have an execute in place. I think they're just going for the kills.
Oh my god! I mean,
Braze gets 2.
He's absolutely lethal, I'm telling you, regardless on his role. He's played Ashe and found 4 kills in 2 rounds. Why are we rezzing in the middle of an execute? Now Butcher has the exact death mark. Legion prones and somehow doesn't die. The timer's in your case. Are you serious, OUTLAST Black? You can't give up those rounds no matter what is happening. And that is going to be leveled up as Turtle Tactics walk out very, very narrowly.
Them rezzing there in that doorway, I think, lost them that round. I think Butcher goes and gets that kill if he can actually fully run into that doorway right there. I don't know, unfortunate circumstances there. I don't think the res there was necessary.
Why? There's 2 of you, both on well above 75 HP. Plant the damn diffuser. We saw the case carrier. We saw Deimos upstairs playing verticality. And yes, he set his team up for a kill, actually. Braze forced one of those players into air by swinging out into the middle of the room and threading that needle. But still, your case carrier, give a handoff and go for the plant while you watch case. There were so many different things that could have happened that round, and none of them would have ended up with Turtle Tactics winning that round. But still, OUTLAST Black is just giving away rounds like charity.
We keep seeing flashes of brilliance from OUTLAST Black, but they can't seem to like get rid of the kinks that ultimately caused them the round. I don't know. Maybe this is why they had that pseudo disbandment and they're no longer like a 5 for every other league. But I feel like these are issues that could be solved with a coach, and I think this is a solid 5 that just needs to really iron out those small kinks.
We saw what they could do when they're completely locked in, when they're playing as a unit, when they're bringing the right operators, and now we're just seeing a shell of that. We're not seeing the same team we saw on that first map. The first round even, let's talk about more recent events. The first round of this map, they were completely different. You saw how fast they gained entry. Braves was the spearhead of the attack. Even when he fell, they already had so much pressure built on into the site. There was phantom pressure from the electrical side as well. They literally just went and completely applied the pressure from rafters until the defensive toppled. And they just need to continue to find rounds like that. But right now, having that 1-1 might be a little bit demotivating when it comes to addressing the site head-on.
Yeah, I do know that it's only the second round, and they did win the last round, but I think Turtle Tactics does need to start getting a bit more frag heavy.
That mirror standing in between the electrical Easy Volton is definitely going to be a problem. Easy Toxic Babes to discourage any form of easy entry into electrical, as Spider takes care of Dex, focusing your shift onto the Aqua area. Now, still, you have to deal with that man with the Toxic Babes. Dami not making great time in falling to Butcher, who just got to waltz in. Instantly refragged out, meaning Turtle Tactics are going to have that two-body man advantage, but not if they didn't lose Dami in that trades. And this is going to be a 3v4 situation with the core losing so much damage, and now it is all going to crumble everywhere. No matter the verticality, no matter anything that will happen, you guys continue to get starved out of any leeway you can look to find. And now a 1v4 is what stands for Outlast Black.
I think this round takes a completely different turn there if Icor gets the frag onto Vipoa in that corner. He saw him, he was shooting, he just missed all the shots through the wall. And getting Vipoa there means that Blitz can focus his attention on the Azami, and that means they get that vertical play, and that they might win this round.
Braze, I mean, we talk about having a spearhead of the attack, but where is the rest of the arrow? You guys cannot keep allowing one man to carry the water, the boats. I mean, Butcher has 4 kills, but Butcher hasn't been the most consistent. But still, it's a problem. The most consistent person across all 3 maps is literally just Braze. You can't only rely on him, and Turtle Tactics are going to continue to exploit that.
This is Kawhi Leonard on the 2019 Raptors. It's almost a one-man mission here for Outlast Black. When Braze is not entering in as that spearhead, it just seems like things are falling apart.
Such a large issue for Outlast Black is the fact that they're relying on one man. But still, you're in the early stages and you're on the attacking. If you guys can continue to do what you did on that first round, then we will find a very balanced halftime, because we've seen 4-2 on the halftime both times, one for each side. Now, if they can just push that narrative one more time, we can see Outlast Black walk out of this map in their hands. But still, it's all about what they are willing to do as a team, and still that tactical timeout has yet to be called. I don't care if you don't have a coach. I don't care if it acts as a time of reset, but still, you need to kind of demotivate Turtle Tactics when it comes to getting aggressive, when it comes to playing to your flaws. And now you're allowing them to build up the momentum in doing so by allowing the consistent rounds in and out.
I think Turtle Tactics has a good ban here, banning the Maverick. That means there's no more dedicated hard breach operators. If you want a hard breach, you have to bring the gadgets. You have to bring the Capitao, the Striker. I think Gridlock might have hard breach gadgets. I can't remember. But you have to play an off operator if you want to bring the hard breach. And it looks like Outlast Black is just forgoing the hard breach altogether. They're just gonna go for, I guess, connector or rafters again, and hope that they can get it through.
Hopefully, Outlast Black won't allow this difference to be too large to have to deal with, considering there is so many things they can do on that defensive, but it will be for absolutely no reason if it is a 5-1 deficit. And the way this is looking, Outlast Black are too unpredictable for it to be a one-sided affair. Yes, they're down right now, but they were also down on concept by 3-4 rounds, and they managed to bring it back in regulation and close it out in regulation. So I think this is anyone's game. But still, you need to be able to starve out Turtle Tactics and stop giving them the easy rounds.
One thing to note, though, is that Outlast Black bans the Azami here, so they can no longer have that Azami pressure on rafters. you know, just blocking off the window and blocking off the door. They can't play in this corner here on Rafters safely because they can just get naded out, or they can just get peeked from bottom garage or the door or the window. There's four places they can get shot from. Speaking of, Vipoa gets shot from the door.
Oh my god.
But then Zonky refrags from
lethal.
IT.
They're so damn lethal when it comes to overwhelming the Rafters pressure, but losing Dementeds was just not a part of the script, as now you guys are going to have to be a little bit more careful. If you guys get too aggressive and you lose either Braze or Dex, it is going to be a problem. One of them is the most consistent, and the other just possesses those Candelas. Hawaiian launchers coming in from that man. We didn't mention Butcher, but he's going to have to be mindful that maybe some of his launchers won't get activated due to the fact that there are 2 mute jammers in this close range. Now, there's so many things you can do on this site. Either address IT or look to enter through Aqua first, and it looks like it'll be the latter as the core looks to close out the distance and isolate the man that sits close on his Aqua. The air jab might force this Capcan out to a certain corner, but if he just moves back, it's easy entry. So what did you expect? Trevmac going big on the double, and Zonky backing him up by finding his own double. And Braze looking to back up his deceased teammate as he is now left in another 1v4 in Aqua.
I think Braze is taking too long on his lurks. They really need to fix their drone game, I think. There was nobody for Ash to kill on the lurk there. Everybody was in sight or damn near sight. Braze needs to be a part of that attack much sooner than he was.
There's so many different things that I could say in this short amount of time, but I honestly think one sentence can cover my thoughts, and it is sit back, relax, and talk about what's going wrong. We have just seen 2 textbook similar rounds. The first one allowed Braze to try to lurk into warehouse and try to find his kills directly onto site. But once he realized his case went loose and his teammates all died on the verticality, he went to go approach Aqua all by his lonesome in a 1v4 and isolate each and every one. That happened again. He was a part of the attack onto Rafters, but he realized everyone's dead. And before he could even back up his teammate that was trying to waltz in through Aqua, he got traded out as well. So there are questions that need to be answered for Outlast Black, and it can't only be answered by one man. Let's see what they can do on this next one to try to address this large advantage if it continues to go in the favor of Turtle.
Yeah, they did a great job getting that opening pick. I was describing it as it happened, funnily enough, but they got that opening pick, but then it just immediately got refragged, so it really didn't mean all that much. And then, as you saw, it fell apart quick. Again, I think Outlast Black should be taking attack timeout here anytime now. They need to discuss about what's going wrong. It's been 3 maps and neither team has called a tactical timeout. I know Turtle Tactics is without Mint, and he's usually the guy who would be like, okay, call it. But from either team, I'm surprised we haven't seen a tactical timeout.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Outlast Black, the only round they had won was on that command center attack, and they couldn't have won that for the second time around. They're now 1 for 1 upstairs and 0 for 2 on every other site. So you better hope to God it gets better from here, or we are going to be staring down the barrel of a very difficult halftime for Outlast Black.
So it seems like they did bring the hard breach gadget on the Ying, so they are able to get access into IT, but they need to actually apply pressure from the Rafters. Otherwise, okay, there we go. As I was saying that, otherwise it's not going to do anything. Blitz walking in, gets the flash, gets their kill. Guy Pillar, do they know? They don't, but they do. Butcher gets the kill, but Dementeds gets fragged. Braze and Icor get refrags on that. It's over. Unless Spider 1v4s, Outlast Black just showed what we saw in the first round. Just quick, efficient slaughter.
Oh, look at that siege timing. Just before he was about to thread that needle, Spider is left to fight for his life in lounge as he is getting clamped from warehouse, from kitchen, and he will fall after taking 1 body down with him. And finally, Outlast Black have gotten around back as they are knocking on the door of a 3-all split.
I think Outlast Black might be able to hear me because every time I say maybe they should do this, they just seem to do it, especially when it comes to warehouse Rafters. But they did have that aggression that they showed on the first round, and they did it well. That blitz going in, they noticed that the pillar guy couldn't really stop that blitz from just walking in. Blitz went in, I think it was the Amaru, just basically won that round for them by getting that first entry pick, allowing them to get the pick onto the pillar guy, and then it all fell apart from there.
So much we have seen in these last 3 maps, and they have all had the average trend of Outlast Black and Turtle Tactics having a 2-3 round 6. I think it's all 3 now. We've seen a 4-2 split both times, and that's speaking more to both teams' advantages, but what we're seeing in round itself is just not correlating. We're seeing obvious mistakes. On Border, we saw 3 Frostmat kills in 1 round, and Outlast Black's rush completely taken care of in 5 minutes just due to that 1 flaw. And then the next round after that, Turtle Tactics couldn't find a round for themselves, and they allowed it to go to a 2-6, which prolonged the end of Border. So still, there's so much to be done, but considering Turtle Tactics were on this 2-3 and they built off of it previously, the momentum lies in their hand, and they have all of the operators, they have all of the utility to be able to continue and do so.
Am I too much of an old head? Has the meta changed? TrevMac is using the Supernova on Echo.
Nope, you're not old. TrevMac's just weird. I mean, at the end of the day, it is personal preference because Echo does possess that secondary bearing 9. So you can use him however way you want. But the Supernova's destruction on verticality is absolutely sublime. Even if you're on site, the close range, beautiful as well. So it's honestly dependent on a single player's playstyle. And talking about playstyles, Braze has already found entry into kitchen and completely leaves after he realizes he was default pinged.
I was just gonna say, I think sacrificing the ACOG for a shotgun is a bold choice.
It is, but when you have an Echo on the board, your first thought isn't to utilize him for the ACOG, it's to prioritize the fact that he has beautiful passive aggressive or passive utility like a deployable shield or impacts, a beautiful secondary, and the fact that his ability is one of the best when it comes to denying.
Yeah, and speaking of this Echo drone going up, Warehouse could, I guess they fell back, but I was gonna say it could have completely stopped that push by Dementeds because he can get the Monty out of full shield. They now see Monty at top Rafters door. I wonder if they're going to bring the Echo drone to try to get him out of full extend, and then the guy on the Mira will get the frag.
We saw what happened the last time these guys tried to address the verticality. It all crumbled from electrical, and then it all boiled down to Braze playing solo in Aqua. As he looks to go address solo into Aqua.
Trade.
The two will trade, but you've still lost your shield ops. Braze gets his hands dirty. He'll address, first of all, Warehouse. Now that opens up Aqua. One man remains behind that long desk as Frost is fighting her way out from the other side of the desk as well. They both are going to be in command. Butcher takes care of Vapoa, but Zonky threats the needle, finds 2. Zonky almost finds that 3rd, but Butcher reels it back in, and TrevMac is left on site with that Supernova in one Yokai. The first was shot upstairs. The cams are going soon to be possessed in the favor of the attackers, as they will be easily able to identify exactly where that Yokai is, and even better, allow the rest of their deceased teammates to look for TrevMac. He will remain in sight, but still, with this timer running low, all that the attackers have to do is watch the cross while they try to get this plant down. Butcher has already found access into the site, and having a Supernova is not the best of ways. As you said, that ACOG not having it is going to be a problem. The plant goes down. TrevMac having to isolate the ones, but can't even take care of the man that's watching the angle. For a temporary moment, it was just a 1v1 while he was trying to put that case down, but you couldn't even close it out then. Outlast Black now, for the first time in 3 maps, find themselves right back up at level by the time they switch on to the defensive.
I think Braze did a much better job that time with the lurk. You know, he got the guy downstairs and then immediately went up water to help his teammate. He helps put pressure on the Frost. The Frost maybe felt the pressure. Maybe that's why he didn't. Maybe that's why Zonky didn't get the 3rd kill. Who knows? But I think that was a much better round from Braze. But Zonky almost brought that back single-handedly into a round where they win that.
Wow, you just can't allow a man like that to grab that much leeway. He almost just went nuclear, and thank God they stopped him before that had happened. Now, Turtle Tactics, you guys find yourselves up at level, but I still think, regardless of how each side has been playing, I think Turtle Tactics has been that team that has been utilizing their utility and playing as a squad more than Outlast Black.
Yeah, no, definitely. OUTLAST Black has 100% been relying more on just taking ones, being aggressive, especially with Braze. He just he'll go for it. He's not scared. I think he knows that like he'll win most of his ones. He's not afraid of them.
Now, what a way to keep this split. And again, the friendly banter just makes this so much funnier. It just ties it all together. Because here you have two teams out for blood in game, but in the all chat, they're all besties. And that really strings together how these teams have played each other so many times. I mean, they basically all know each other at this point. I think I've casted about 3 OUTLAST Black Turtle Tactics in a late stage playoff time, whether it's finals, quarterfinals, or semifinal. It's always these two teams. Now, they have so much to do, but OUTLAST Black on the defensive on a Nighthaven. I mean, the bans of Siege X now having 3 bans per side and the third coming after the 3rd round. That is already changing the dynamic on how certain maps are played and swaying the certain sides. But I will still stick by the fact that Nighthaven is defensive-sided. And if OUTLAST Black continue to prove this, then we are just going to see such a one-sided affair here on the defensive.
I don't think I could have said it any better. I mean, OUTLAST Black did show why they started on attack. I mean, getting 3 on a Nighthaven attack start is fairly good by any standard.
Looking to address a certain area of the map first. And the first task on that checklist is to get rid of the utility that is on that main breach. Habana is going to be the person that tries to open up the IT wall with little to no denial, as that Mira getting popped open and Vapo watching from below makes it 10 times riskier to try to get your hands dirty. Drone is going to be on the overhang right under that default camera, which gives such a large overview of Raptors that any player that resides there is just going to have live pings on them until they're either cleared out or fighting for their lives.
I think we might be seeing an IT and potentially a connector execute from Turtle Tactics here on the attack. Should that final Kiba go up, not Kiba, the Habana pellet go off. Seems like they're still struggling to get that open, but I think we might be seeing an IT connector, potentially somebody goes top rafters. But yeah, it looks like Trevmac right now is walking up rafters with the Monty to apply that pressure on IT, kick that bandit out of there. You're not staying in there.
They're using all these X-Kairos to try to make it just walkable, not crouch, because that gives out so much time and space and audio to anybody that resides close. And now it's the second time they try to open up this breach. The triple wall is going to be opened up by a can opener. Ikor live pinged by the death mark, sticks him down to 1 HP, but in the meantime, Zonky threads by taking care of Butcher and finds that thread to pull on for the rest of the round. Just below a minute left, you're pinched for time, but now finding first blood. All you have to be mindful of is the consistent amount of C4s that roam across this lineup. Still 3 are going to remain. Frost mats and Volcans are the secondary pieces of the utility that you guys are going to have to worry about even more. But any smart attacker knows that command is the main idea, considering you have a little bit of a peek hole into there. Now, it's just like a leaky faucet or a leaky pipe. Monty plugs it by just fully extending, not allowing any easy swings by these defenders, as now they look to address this site head on. You need to find a kill here, but the attackers are just now falling as it's leveled. C4 hits the front doorstep of Vapoa. Spider onto Braze, another C4. Dami on the Dex, Dami onto Ikor, and now a 1v1 as he knows exactly where he is and he needs to isolate the one. A little bit of ring around the Rosie, but Dami for 3 and he'll isolate it. Turtle Tactics break the deadlock and bring it back 4-3 as they now head on to their second defense.
I think we can definitely see the difference in playstyle between OUTLAST Black and Turtle Tactics. Turtle Tactics took 2 minutes there to set up to get the first frag from Zonky downstairs on the Deimos. It did get a bit hectic there towards the end, but I think overall, I think their slow, methodical approach to this Nighthaven attack could be the difference in them taking this map from OUTLAST Black.
Oh, man. Just run away. I said the C4s were going to be a problem, but could you imagine what would have happened if one of those players decided to repurpose those C4s and go below to become a problem? Now,
many
that would
things
have been
change.
a completely different outcome. But still, a 1v1 was not what I was expecting. C4s galore, and somehow, Turtle Tactics come out on top. You cannot let Dami nor Zonky go lethal, or you guys are going to pay the price. The rest of his team just set them up for an easy kill. And that's the teamwork aspect that we are referring to. And Outlast Black now they need to find a response by this next round, or we're staring down the barrel of a 3-5, which is undoubtedly very hard to come back from.
One thing I do like about this map so far is that you're seeing the versatility of Turtle Tactics. Last map, you were essentially looking towards Zonky and Vipoa for the frags. Those were the two standalone like people you needed to look to. But this game, it's pretty even, with Trevmac and Vipoa being the bottom at 4 and Zonky and Dami being the top at 6. It's a very close spread.
That pick that kind of just sticks out like a sore thumb. Why the hell do we have 0 on the board? Hello? Now,
maybe for the bandits?
They have the can openers, but those lasers are too slow. By the time you hear that large sound effect that comes in from putting down his Argus launchers, they're already going to be shot out. But still, on a map like Nighthaven, I might understand. Warehouse is wide, so is the garage area. You can just toss down those cameras. If you have enough sound mask, you have a beautiful time when it comes to just using your intel for the best. As we see with the drones, if you get them on that overhang, nobody's locating them unless you are red picking consistently with the rainbow pink drone skin. Now, as it stands, verticality needs to be addressed, and that has been one of the faults from Turtle Tactics.
Seems like Outlast Black's not holding the second floor at all, instead choosing to hold vert from the first floor. So, wow, okay, as I was saying that, a trade happened. Spider and Demented trade each other. Where did that happen?
Oh no, they've just lost their Habana, and if I'm not mistaken, it was on cargo or near cargo. You've now
Losing the Habana is big. They do have the 0 still, so they can still get the hatch, but they no longer have that option to go for the hatch and the breach. They have to go for one or the other. As I say that, Vipoa gets Dexy on the rotate back to site. That's a big pick from them right there.
Vipoa going big, taking care of one of the players who's on verticality, and now this is the second time we've seen a team go absolutely all out on committing to verticality. They really look to force these attackers to waste their time, and they're doing it successfully as they're under a minute left and they're only a man down. Now, reinforcing Animus was a big positive, or an asset to the attack, considering you guys still have to hard breach it. But the fact is, they brought 2 sets of can openers and a hard breacher. And in the meantime, Trevmac looking to address that one man playing upstairs, but it's not only one man now, is it? There's 2 of them, and it's literally Braze to lurk. He doesn't have a laser on, but somebody else does, and it's on the attacking side. Blitz goes down on the verticality as he tries to rush. Trevmac going down. Braze sets his team up for 2 perfect kills. It's a Zonky left in a 1vx situation. 2 bodies left to claim with 15 seconds left on the clock. No Argus launchers, no case, and absolutely no utility to allow you to get easy access into that site. You had the hatches open, but you decided to send it full Mach 10 down the cargo stairs, and it's an easy shot for the mirror that's parked out on the reinforcement to capitalize. Right back up at level as Outlast Black forced Turtle Tactics into another deadlock.
We're seeing what Braze was doing in that first map on Consulate on defense on the Valk, except this time on Goyo. Just getting that lurk and Turtle Tactics not having an answer for it. They could not stop him from lurking there and essentially stopping that entire push. The Mira did really help though by getting that blitz on the vert from below. That kind of stops the Goyo from getting pushed, so he can keep holding that that cargo staircase.
Wow. I mean, 2 rounds back to back where either side push each other to the edge of the ropes. It was 1 round Turtle Tactics managed to come out victorious against every single piece of defensive utility intact with under 30 seconds on the clock, and now it's Outlast Black to set each other up. That is a team. That is how you play as a unit. Braze is parked out on bottom Aqua, stuck in a very bad situation. Trevmac tries to rush him, but consistently gets denied by the bullets from below, by Braze himself, and then the C4 to deal the final blow onto Dami, who's right behind him. That is how a team plays, and if they can find this one round, then we are going to see the deadlock break, but in the favor of Outlast Black.
We are going to see the Hibana coming out again from Turtle Tactics for this top floor, so I think they're going to try a similar push where they're going to get the IT, and then they don't have the Monty this time, so they can't just send Trev Mac up with Monty through rafters and be completely safe. That being said, he is on the blitz, so they could potentially try the same thing. It's just a bit more risky.
Spider just shot down that kitchen window, or the external side of that kitchen window, which would have given up the spot of Braze, but he's still safe, and he's going to look to lurk on any form of connector push. Now, no Frost being brought here for any connector rushes, but I don't think Trev is going to be going for anything like that.
No, I think Turtle Tactics rushes are far and few between. We saw the one from them last game, and I think we might not see one for a little bit still.
Now, I don't know if it's just me. It just looks like Outlast Black, they're passionate some rounds. They're just complacent with the other rounds that they fall short. Regardless of how they play, they just look unsatisfied when it comes to playing on the rounds they lose. And that makes sense considering you're losing, but they don't make an effort to change it. They continue to just go down the same path, but sometimes they just find success because Turtle Tactics isn't paying attention. And that has been the most common trend that I've been realizing between either side, between all the maps. It's just been back and forth, but the thing is, it's all just based on the other team's hunger, and I don't understand why that's continuing to change, considering you guys are one map apiece right now.
I think this could be the Mint effect not being there for Turtle Tactics. But Trev Mac is a great IGL. You know, he's one of the better IGLs that we have in Amateur Siege. But having Mint with his pro experience as the coach to kind of call those tac timeouts and reset and say, this is what we need to fix mid-game helps. Butcher getting the first pick on Zonky there into the electrical. We're going to see another peek here. Will Butcher get a second pip? Trev Mac
going ring around the roses with the Azami. Oh my god. See, that's why you set up that Kiba barrier close on that workbench. Audio allows you to sit behind it prone and seek refuge, and you don't fall that easily. But now, as it's opened up here, Turtle Tactics managed to find a second, a DBNO, but Dexy is in an impossible spot to be rezzed, regardless of how much fire there is. You guys look to address it. Braze on that verticality, meaning any easy hop in is a kill, regardless of who it is. Dex being down means Turtle Tactics have that one-man advantage, but having that rotate being made, the Grim is aware of his surroundings and looks to make matters worse here. Blitz trying to stick that plant. Dementeds can't quite deny it. He's even out of the Toxic Babes. The plant goes down while Dementeds goes down in the meantime. Braze shut up by Spiders. He gets a double kill. The deadlock broken yet again, but in the favor of Turtle Tactics yet again. A consistent back and forth, but it's only one team that is looking to continue and push for the victory, as Turtle Tactics is just one round shy away from the match point.
I think that was a pretty like cookie cutter. This is how you take top floor on Nighthaven on attack. You get that shield in. There was no, they didn't shoot the Goyos, or maybe they were already gone. I'm not sure, but that blitz I think spooked Outlast Black, and they just could not recover. Butcher went down. You saw his disliking of that blitz play in the all chat there. But that play I think sets up that whole execute. Without that, Turtle Tactics might not win that round, and Outlast Black might just sit back and watch the timer go down.
That round would have been completely different if Azami had a pre-placed Kiba barrier on that bench, and I'm telling you right now.
Yeah,
allowing
100%.
Losing that gunfight, losing that pressure, that direct close pressure onto electrical allows the shield ops, allows whoever's behind that shield op in electrical to go absolutely nuclear. That's exactly what we just saw. And even a big shout to the Grim as well. Made it a full rotate and was pre-firing the floor to make sure there was nobody playing below. And Braze was playing below, but he had to give it up. Seeing those bailiff shots, seeing the body count drop against your favor drastically forces you to have to go back up and get your hands dirty head on. And that's exactly what happened. And Turtle Tactics managed to emerge victorious. They are one round shy of this match point.
I think, again, though, I think Outlast Black needs to take attack timeout. Butcher got that first pick. I think he should have just retreated after that first pick. We know he has the gun skill to get more, but it's too risky, and as you saw, it didn't work out well. I think if he falls back before that blitz can even get forward, the blitz never flashes him, and he stays back and safe for the execute.
Hopefully they can fix all of these issues in one round, and you rarely see it, especially in Amateur Siege. But what you can see is a team on the defensive side of Nighthaven reel it back in and put themselves back in a deadlock. So there's two sides of the coin. But how hungry are they really to show us that they want this deadlock yet again?
Yeah, I think Spider on the glass is an interesting pick for the. Ooh, sorry for this round. Are they gonna try to go for a quick storage plant? Maybe. No, it looks like they're going full clear of Vipoa going in through main lobby.
Now, the site is that mid-floor site, meaning you can either fully sprint in the building, which is a very bad idea considering the amount of verticality that can be established directly onto the site, or you could direct yourself to looking for that verticality. But having to deal with only one soft breacher being your sledge, it's a big problem once you're going to rely on him to address all of these players up at once. TrevMac, though, shows us what the obvious idea is just to consistently go for that site plant. Taking damage from the goo mines, but he does have the assistance of that Rayora to take that goo mine out in peace. Now, Igor goes down first, meaning that plant is going to go down successfully, but apparently not. It's denied from above. The consistent spray into the smoke allows the easy kills. Zonky takes care of Demented, and Spider now is going to be denied for the second time. Butcher going big. That's a second denial in a row, and it'll be Dex to get his hands dirty on site to continue and make matters worse. The shotgun down Zonky, and he's in a 1v2 situation. Dummy, the plant denied 2 times in a row. If it didn't work the first, what do you think was going to happen the second time? I told you, disastrous to try to plant in the middle of the site that has so much verticality established, and Dami now looks to address the site from the vertical aspect of things. But still, Butcher is up there, doesn't have any need to swing, just needs to run out that clock, but the quick 180 takes care of Dami. And we find ourselves right back up at level. Regardless of who wins this next round, we are going to match point.
I think, all honestly, Turtle Tactics probably should have had that round. I know after Trev went down, it looked a bit bad, but I think if Spider just grabs that diffuser and maybe falls back a bit, maybe they adjust their attack to go up those water stairs and clear out that guy above so they can then plant. The smoke wasn't going to cover his secondary plant in time. He threw both of his smokes already. There was no way he was going to have enough time for a full plant coverage. I think that was a big misplay on Spider's part.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know this, when you throw down a smoke grenade, you're not bulletproof. Being in the smoke doesn't mean you are bulletproof. I mean, you're not seen, but that's to a certain degree. Any player that has full verticality in the full comfort of sitting upstairs by himself with no coverage can just consistently spray into that smoke until he finds denial. And that's exactly what Butcher did. He found 2, and then just reeled back in and ran up the clock until Zonky was forced to go upstairs, and he got shut out as well. That's a problem, Turtle Tactics. This is what I mean. It's just grave mistakes being made by either side, and they continue to capitalize and punish each other on it, and that is only the reason why it is so close.
I thought Butcher was going to type something a bit different in chat there, but Butcher, I think, did kind of what I wanted to see from him in the previous round. He was patient. He waited for them to execute. He didn't aggress too much, and it played out in his favor, and he got a 3. It was a little dicey there at the end. He did have the 180, but I liked the first half of his play there where he wasn't over-aggressing. He used his gun skill from a safe position.
If it wasn't for him, that round wouldn't have went in the favor of Outlast Black. Simply.
Yeah, I feel like we've said that many times today. He is doing extremely well today.
Him and Braze. I mean, the rest of the team is now stepping up to the occasion. We're not looking at horrible score lines, but Demented is currently 5-10. Not a great way. But still, it's not like he is playing Ash and running in the building every single time. He's getting fragged. He's getting taken care of. He's getting fragged out every time. But being smoked, he's been using his toxic babes. He's been playing the operators that are needed. And honestly, I can respect that to a certain extent. Spider taking care of Dexy in the meantime, and that'll be your Legion taken care of.
Okay, for a second it looked like Mute wasn't walking away from that Flores drone. I was going to be very concerned for a second. Dexy going down first, though, means that Turtle Tactics can get a little bit more aggressive on their take, and I think I just saw TrevMac already fully up rafters. Yeah, he's by the IT door. Okay, well, now he's falling back a bit, but they can aggress a little bit now that they have the man advantage.
Now, you have 2 operators. It was 3, but one of them is now dead. You had 2 with regenerative abilities, which means if they can continue to waste out the time, your Kibas are going to continue to come up, unless he, of course, already managed to use all 5, which I genuinely doubt. You also have the discs from Wamai, and you were to have the Goo Mines, but he's no longer with us. Now, that is literally motivation to run out the clock. If it isn't, I don't know what is. As they now look to try and deny Aqua and IT at the same time, they can't find joy in either area. They'll fall to IT, they'll fall to Aqua, and now the full swarm into the site allows Command to fall, and Domi deals that final blow into the man that sits in the depths of Command, and the one that sits far near the workbench who will fall as well. And now it is Turtle Tactics to go on to that match point.
This is just another textbook cookie cutter round on how to win Night Haven attack from Turtle Tactics. They've both times that Outlast Black has tried to go upstairs, Turtle Tactics just shut it down immediately.
Now
I think Trev is just doing a great job on the shield, honestly.
He's applying so much pressure. He's been lethal in and out of every single round. He's even managed to go down getting kills. I think he has been, I agree with you, one of the most influential players that sets up the players of Turtle Tactics for easy kills.
Not to mention he's the IGL as well, so he's the one who's actually calling it out in their voice chat.
Fair enough. The, how do you even, I was going to say something. I was going to say something about Canadian, but if we have any Shopify Rebellion fans in here, they're going to get a little bit mad. So what we are going to say is Trev Mack very influential. His KD record is not insanely terrible, and his coast is definitely high. He's been involved of almost every single round and managed to find every single entry for his team by being able to stick his face shield up into a hard breach charge or a soft breach and just call it a day by giving them those live pings. And when the time comes, he is as effective with that melee as well.
Yeah. I think if Trev keeps doing what he did that last round and the other top floor attack, I think Turtle Tactics takes this map 7-5.
Basement, now that site where you have to be careful. We've seen too many overachieving extents. We've seen players trying to hold that second floor, and that's exactly what we're going to see this time around. But if EXO falls early, then we are just going to see a very one-sided affair, and it'll go in the favor of Turtle Tactics. And the problem is, all Turtle Tactics does is apply an insane amount of pressure onto every orifice of the map, and hopefully that is not going to remain the case as Outlast Black are trying to get that overtime on the board. Oh no, oh no!
Oh. They didn't know. That's unfortunate. Trev Mack going down is a huge detriment to this attack by Turtle Tactics. That being said, Domi does get the kill onto Icor, and Spider gets the kill onto the Butcher. If they can get Dementeds here, this has Turtle Tactics written all over it.
They're wedged into the site, and Demented's still holding that verticality. Buddy, you gotta go! Dexy doesn't go down without a fight, takes care of Vapo, but after what, you get traded out almost instantly. That plant looks to go down. You're looking to find that denial, but he's planting in a safe spot. Braze looks to seek refuge by running down cargo and walking into the site and dealing with the players that are head on, but now it's Dementeds, live pinged by the EEDs, and now is left all by himself upstairs with not a great amount of HP, and one of the weakest guns on defense on live pings as well. The intel knows exactly where he is going to go. He'll shut out Zonky and now has to find 2 more bodies to isolate. Finka sits close with that LMG, but Spider at the range takes care by the easy visible shots to the feet, and now that is a Turtle Tactics win of map 2, and they will advance on to the series point.
You know, I think despite them losing Trev Mack early there, they fired back immediately with 2 refrags.
Yeah.
2 refrags instantly. They picked up the downed man. They isolated, what was it? I think it was Dementeds upstairs. He couldn't do anything to help. He was just stuck in a limbo where he couldn't do anything. They got the man rotating back into sight. It was just a perfect execute from them after losing Trev Mack in their shield.
Couldn't have said it better. Now, the 4th map is going to determine whether we have to say sadly goodbye to this best out of 5, or if we are going to see that fighting spirit from Outlast Black to send us all the way to Cafe. Next up is Clubhouse, and we'll bring it to you shortly after this break. Maps 1 through 3. Finally, on the third map, it's like the third day after Christmas, we finally see a team manage to take their own map home. It's Turtle Tactics to take care of Nighthaven Labs, which means now we are on the venue of Clubhouse picked by Outlast Black.
I do have to say from my personal experience, Clubhouse is not Turtle Tactics' strongest map, but I can see Outlast Black falling to their vices again, not paying attention to the lurk, not being able to close off those flanks, and getting, frankly, cooked by Turtle Tactics.
I hate to agree with you, but if a team falls short, or not falls short, if a team doesn't bring the same pacing they've been bringing to the rest of this BO5, then it's going to be a one-sided affair, and it'll go in the favor of Outlast Black. Now, I was saying in the pre-show that I hope to God Turtle Tactics uses for the better the fact that they have defensive first. Coming off of a map win, you have the advantage. Coming off of 2 in a row map wins, actually, Outlast Black only took first map, and now you guys have the ability to make matters worse by taking the fourth, which would be your third total map, which ends this grand final once and for all.
Another interesting stat you could bring up is in the past 2 maps, Turtle Tactics has won 14 rounds, while Outlast Black has won 7.
My God.
So if we're only counting the last 2 maps, Turtle Tactics has been at a massive round differential plus.
Now, taking basement as your first challenge of the day, you don't have a Mira, surprisingly. You have the Goyo, you have the Skopos, and I do think Skopos has been one of the best roamers for Clubhouse. Now, one of those odd picks, but again, she possesses a robot that you can place anywhere on the site, that you can teleport to at any time with a full reset of health waiting for you in a very disgusting loadout as a side benefit. She is effective, and if you can utilize her correctly, Skopos is one of those operators you just don't want to go up against.
My only concern is that if Outlast Black is able to get an execute into basement down, Turtle Tactics does not have any form of denial. They don't have a Maestro or an Echo or really anything besides the Goyo to stop a plant.
It's kind of like a stacked cake. There are layers you have to address. The first layer is going to be getting verticality without dying in 5 seconds, whether that's from a C4, a cocky defender from below, or that Skopos coming to hunt you after you haven't correctly droned her out. First bits of damage dealt to the man who sits on an oil rig. The hatch is popped open, and so is the next one. This is just utility galore here for Outlast Black, but we know for a fact that doesn't confirm anything, because once this utility goes in the favor of Outlast Black, they get a little cocky and they get a little too aggressive, which leads to their demise. Entry successful by Dementeds as there is no one near him. Skopos is now transferred right back up the site and looking to address from the main stairs, and now they need to hunt this robot out before anything happens. Why would you use the Gong 6?
I'm not sure why they used the Gong 6, but getting the Skopos extra life, I guess, is a big pick to get.
First blood of the fourth map. Butcher falls, and that is just disheartening to say. The man who's been doing so much for Outlast Black is going to be the first to no longer be with us. Zonky still at 20 HP after trying to hold blue without having your Kiba barrier covering that hatch angle. You've had your toes almost shot out from under you, and now Outlast Black are looking to string together an execute that has them still down 1 man, meaning they need to find a response, and they need to find a response right here and right now.
And no, I agree. They do need to find a quick response to answer this. They have less than a minute left, and they're down a man. I know Zonky is low, but he can still hit the head and instantly kill you.
They look to address it with a C4 to back that man or discourage that man from swinging off the blue hatch. Braze stuck in a corner, luckily not managing to fall, somehow not managing to fall actually. Capitao has flame bolts on him, but will use another one to force Spider out into the middle of the room. Easy kill. Dexy finding the next, looking for his other kill. This double just won't line up, but Demented is definitely going to be on that. TrevMac now left all by his lonesome as Zonky falls. And the plant is going to go down successfully, but this flank is unwarranted but still, WildboyZ is aware. You lose Butcher, you're going to have the other prolific fraggers. He'll win, and that's the first round for OUTLAST Black.
So my concern from the beginning did come to fruition. I was worried they didn't have anything to stop the plant besides the Goyo, which was at the entrances to the site. If they drop that hatch and they get in fully, there's nothing they can do. There was no Echo, there was no Maestro Cam. They just had free reign to do what they wanted as soon as they got into sight.
And also, just look at how fast they opened up the hatch. Now, it's not like they rushed in. They took their sweet old time, and that is the biggest problem of not being able to deny these hatches. You're down the Kaid, but even using the Tabaro, I didn't see a Zoto canister on either of the hatches. If they were used and I didn't see, that's my mistake. But still, those hatches got opened up too quickly. And once OUTLAST Black lost their first body, they literally took all of the time they needed to reset, approach something differently, find their refrag, and from there build up on each and every frag to bring back an even higher amount of pressure onto the site.
Yeah, I'd say Turtle Tactics definitely needs, when they go basement next, they definitely need to play that better. Either have a stronger roam game, like make sure they can't take that vert, or you need to bring some sort of denial. I think even the smoke there would be a big pickup, because they can't just drop the hatch if you're smoking it off.
Wow. Now, there are many ways to hold Jim, but the most traditional is usually to bring a castle, which won't be seen, and to extend out into CC in red and hold down this breach like your life depends on it. Having a
Yeah,
Zon.
it's interesting. They don't have a single piece of wall denial.
I feel like essentially the main idea is to discourage them from walking into dumb angles, and they are going to bring that Mira, aided by the Wamai, to encourage that. But yeah, sacrificing your wall denial is never a good idea, especially when the team is looking to get a CC over going here.
Yeah, I could potentially see Dexy going for a hard breach on the jacuzzi wall and then yinging the bathroom, and the Mira would have nothing to do. They would just have to spray through blindness and hope they get the kill.
Vapoa is now not going to have a shield, never did, but still going to be wedged in between anybody that tries to lurk in through garage window. And as Demented addresses Raptors all by himself, looking to either get first blood or isolate the first one. Back camera shot out, but still the F-Nauts become a problem here. Backed up here by your players. Sledge is right here and ready to get his hands dirty to help his teammate out. You've completely cleared out Cash and CC quite quickly, and you've discouraged any defenders from getting too aggressive. Logistics only has that head hole we saw earlier today, which is actually a jump rotate, but the left side of it remains fully intact, meaning Demented could just go for a hop through, but still, he'd be sacrificing that shield that covers him for the rest of that round.
Yeah, this has been a great take so far from OUTLAST Black. They're setting up for a really good execute here.
Oh my
God! But the
God.
double C4 from Zonky just completely denies anything they had set up. Dami makes it even worse, putting it to a 2v5, and what looked like all OUTLAST Black was turned around by a single C4, and now it's looking like Turtle Tactics has us in the bag.
Dex reels it back in, finally finds first blood for OUTLAST Black, but still, two bodies to address, and you guys have no leeway as they are parked out and waiting to make you make that mistake. WildboyZ looking for that evil eye that consistently pings you guys, but it could be anywhere. It could be. You have logistics and construction to worry about. You just have 30 seconds left on the clock, and this is when you go hands-on, regardless of the amount of utility that's on the board and against you. The bulletproof camera teamed up with the Black Mirror gives up your first location. Dex double team between the bathroom, the site, and logistics gold. WildboyZ left in another 1v4, I think for the 4th time in 2 maps. This man has been forced to go into every single clutch situation at first with little to no intel. That is a response right back from Turtle Tactics that we're not going down easy. We find ourselves right back up at level.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. They were ready with the C4 down below. That whole attack setup was set up, well, perfectly. except for the fact that they didn't have somebody watching below for the C4.
CCTV is that site that, I mean, nobody really wants to go if they had a different option, but your alternative to that is going to bar and stage, and I don't think anybody wants to hold bar and stage. Surprisingly enough, no castle will be brought, and that's a surprising pick to me, considering lounge control is so important, especially on CC. This is one of those sites that has heavy verticality, and it's very essential that you maintain the control of lounge, red stairs, and baby steps. Otherwise, you're going to have a horrible time trying to hold this down.
We're seeing Dementeds bring the Maverick for this site, so I wonder if we're going to see maybe a Glass play or a Cali play from the far from spawn, but I don't think we are. I think we're just going to see probably Maverick at the wall and then Flores or Ash at open, and then probably a take with Plat and Garage. We do have the Jaeger up here, though, which will make it harder. Although it's interesting that they chose the Jaeger, not the Wamai. Teams usually tend to stick with the Wamai up there because Jaeger, while it does recharge, you only have the 2 there. He only puts 2 there. Wamai has not rechargeable per se, but rethrowable, where you can get up to, I think, 5 or 6 denials for yourself, so you can stay up there almost indefinitely.
That mirror, you need to be so aware, because if that C4 gets thrown through, you are not going to have a very fun time having to deal with it. Maverick looking to make this either wall hold soft or try to trick out these defenders and making a mistake. Baby steps not being held, but the bottom of red will be. Lounge control is very easy to approach because they don't have that castle we were just talking about. It's such an essential piece of utility, and those barricades just take out so much time that you guys just have to be aware of them. Not going to be seen, though. That's exactly why WildboyZ is going to look to team up with Butcher, as each timing isn't going to allow him to thread that needle onto Zonky from that long range outside of Lounge. But it's enough to add that pressure onto him as they look to try and find first blood.
Oh, TrevMac getting the first pick onto WildboyZ there. I'm not sure what happened there, but it seems like there was a flank. Again, OUTLAST Black getting just destroyed by not being aware of lurks and flanks, and it just seems to be their biggest vice on every map so far. If they want to win this series, they need to get that under control.
There's a yokai close to them that gives out their location. The Kiba barrier is proving to be difficult. Luckily, they have a DMR, but they also only have 1 can opener, meaning if Bandit tricks one more time, then OUTLAST Black are going to be in a horrible spot, considering there are also shock drones on the board. There's one that you have to get right to find that mirror, but it almost gets shot before you even enter. You'll take care of the first electric shock. You'll even find exactly where the echo is, and you'll continue to give that live ping, as now you've parked it out. Located now, as that comm goes through, your teammates tell you exactly what's going on here, but now, from below, Vipoa manages to take care of that can opener, but as he tries to run back to site, he's caught off guard by Dementeds, and we find ourselves with the OUTLAST Black with the element of surprise, but not anymore. TrevMac reels it back in, Zonky aggressive on red before the flash connects, and a 2v4 as they look to swarm the site. Echo has that close range battle that he'll win and emerge both of them from. I don't know why we're isolating with that pistol. You have a 1.0 scope on that DMR, but apparently it's not enough. Just below 10 seconds left on that clock, and now Turtle Tactics will claim that lead.
I think they were setting up for something there, and they just could not get it done. I think the Echo playing green box really screwed them up, but again, TrevMac on the roam or on the lurk there just could not stop him from getting the 2 picks that he did, and ultimately I believe that led to their downfall in that round.
There's still so much that Turtle Tactics can continue to do, because if we manage to get out of that situation where we either see a 3-3 split or a 4-2 split, a 5-1 is going to definitely end the series in the map if Turtle Tactics continue down the road that they're on, because they had so many flashes against them, so much utility. The only thing that went in their favor was Vipoa denying it once from Lounge Hatch, or from the construction hatch, and one of them by bandit tricking that can opener that was trying to go down on the construction wall. That was the most solid piece of defensive work. But from there, they had so many ones to win, and they continued to capitalize upon it. Now, being able to go back downstairs, they can make matters worse.
Turtle Tactics had a good ban here, though, with the Maverick, meaning they only have the Hibana now to get any form of hard breach down. And with the basement site, usually you would be looking to impact trick. But it seems like Turtle Tactics is not bringing any impacts, and they're just going to let the hatch be gotten by this Hibana, assuming they don't hold too much upstairs pressure. But even then, Hibana could just upside down repel and get it from the window. I think they might be getting a lot of vertical play on this attack here.
Having a spearhead of your attack, be that Blackbeard, is a big hit or miss. You need to have a very competent Blackbeard, and you need to also apply the pressure in the right area. The last time we saw Blackbeard going downstairs, he walked in through dirt, used the frag to push the man out of AKs, and get a very easy gunfight. That needs to happen again. That desperately needs to happen again.
I'm also a little concerned they're putting Braze onto the hard breach. I feel like they should be keeping him on those fragging operators because of what he's been doing the past 3 games. He's been their top fragger, I think, in every single game. Maybe last game Butchers passed him. But Braze, I feel, should not be on the hard breach.
Looks like they're just going to trust him on it regardless. The breach looks to get opened up, and now we find ourselves with a 10-man count with 1 minute. And honestly, that's exactly what's expected. Usually in the first minute of each round, you find the teams trying to clear out the hatches, trying to clear out any roamers, and make sure there are no wrinkles in your coordinated attack. Now, Outlast Black hasn't been able to reel it back in the terms of finding a string to pull on and capitalizing on that play. They've been falling short. They've been showing the ideas. They've been showing the firing pistons of trying to make something work, but they just haven't been able to execute. And a full swarm looks to change that narrative, as I thought they were going to go for a hot drop. Blackbeard and Braze swiftly move off of that hatch as they now look to continue and address that verticality.
You know, it definitely did look like they were about to go for that hot drop there. I guess they thought better of it in the last second. But I do like what Turtle Tactics has been doing. They've been playing it a lot slower, especially compared to last game. Last game, they went 3-3 on Nighthaven attack, which is good for Nighthaven. But they were very aggressive, and they were very quick with their attacks. I like that they're taking it nice and slow now. They're setting up, and we saw in their round that they won that it can be working. And we see that Dementeds is actually planting here. Does Turtle Tactics know?
Apparently not. He planted in that awkward spot. Butcher finds first blood, make it 2. Dummy goes down, still not out though. Is given a second chance at life, but absolutely horrible here. Turtle Tactics managed to reel it back in, but they're still down a body, and verticality is still against them. Looking to have that off angle, but still a core is on site, and you guys are unaware of that fact. Trevmac, 1 HP with a fighting chance, but denial from above as those bullets rain down from the Angelica Bun on the hatch. What a rush that was to swarm on in. And that's exactly why you need either intel or some form of denial on that hatch. 2-all is the scoreline, as now Turtle Tactics are continuing to get disarmed on their opponent's map.
Yeah, right there what they needed was definitely some intel. The smoke did canister the plant, but it was too late. He did it. He got, I think, the buck to half HP with the smoke canister. It was well too late into the plant for it to be effective. I'm not sure what happened there. Turtle Tactics just let them walk into sight with 10 people alive.
Just 10-man count on a post-plant situation is absolutely lethal. I mean, the bait could have been a big problem, considering there was those Hawaiian launchers coming in from blue. Those Grims, the active pings, could consider a blue push or bait out these defenders, but still, you guys need to have somebody committed to either church, or you guys need to have somebody waiting in and around that area to recognize that there are some difficulties in playing this site. You can have somebody set up right below the hatch or near the tucked in area of the AK site, and it will be a high risk and a high reward situation because he'll be able to catch anybody off guard. The high risk, though, is the fact that verticality could be established. That whole area is wooded.
It also helps that Butcher finally got the first kills of this match. They, you know, historically throughout this series, they have required his services to get those frags for his team. Obviously, Braze has been
the main spearhead, but Butcher has been a close second or first in every single game so far. So him finally getting, you know, the big picks is definitely going to help them.
Trying to get a feel out of what play is going to be their name of the game. But honestly, he only found one kill, but Akor was a very essential part of this plant. He got on the site, and when his boots hit the ground, he was already running. That's an insane reference if you guys can get what I'm trying to say. But he has managed to be a good spearhead. As I say that, we're now going to have to rely on the second spearhead of the attack, which is going to be Braze. You tossed in a frag trying to get rid of any form of denial on that CC wall, but you kind of got carried away in the process, and you got shut out in the meantime. 1 minute in, and now first blood is now against Outlast Black.
Yeah, Trevor Mack got a really good opening pick there. I think that's the second opening pick he's had this game, which is uncharacteristic for him. Trevor Mack again getting the pick. I wonder if he's going to get Butcher here. It looks like he's going to peek from an off angle. He might be going for Butcher, although he also could be... No, he's watching the door for the striker. Trev Mack has the opportunity here to go crazy. They do get Trev Mack out of the cash hold. That is unfortunate for Trev, but I think he did his job. He got his 2 picks. Castle just doesn't know. What was that? Spider gets the refrag, luckily, but that was definitely a questionable play from Vipoa. And now it's a 2v2 with just over a minute left.
Double F, nah, that man does not want any form of logistic falling. He wants to stay on this golden mirror, but it will be shot out from the range. Braze threads that from a insane amount of distance without getting his head tapped off, meaning it's going to be a 2v2 situation where either side is going to have to play as a unit, as a team. The case now retrieved by Butcher. He's just on 50 HP, meaning he needs to be a little bit aware of his surroundings. That destructible pipe is still aware, and it's still up. As now that off angle from Spider is now going to be reset as he gives up his position narrowly. Braze giving up a spot, but flying into the bedroom hall. Gets a pick, but now as Zonky looks to seek refuge in sight, rotates in from logistics, and they now look to continue to play ring around the rosy, and he sees that Volcan canister, but he knows he has the case. Destructible ingredient, now that pipe blows up and takes a good amount of HP off of Zonky. Just below 50 HP, and if that Volcan gets popped, it is so over for Zonks, but he still has that easy rotate into logistics. Jump, rotate. Audio definitely has to be heard out here, but it looks like he is going for that plant because pros do not fake. Seeking refuge in that bathroom, and the pre-fire lands! That is Turtle Tactics attack, as they are going to have to attack better than they defend. I mean, you're on your last defensive now, and Outlast Black have managed to give themselves that fighting spirit, even after losing first pick and losing so much control after such a large amount of time, and Outlast is showing us why this is their map pick.
I think Braze is also showing why he's their entry here. That was all him. He may have just won that round by himself at the end there. That play of just running into Jim unopposed is something that I think Turtle Tactics needs to be better at. They had no idea he was there, and he just walks in and gets the free kill on the man in bathroom.
That castle is one hit, which means it works 2 ways. If you are unaware of the fact there's a man that's full sending it, it is going to come back and be a pain for you. They couldn't utilize with having it one tap, and they weren't even looking for a rush plant here. So Turtle Tactics need to be able to change their style up. And right now, they have 1 round to approach that halftime on a split. Otherwise, they're staring down the 4-2 negative barrel.
I can see this final round going either way, honestly. It looks like Outlast Black is going to switch up the roles a bit, putting Braze onto the Dokkaebi instead of the Ashe and moving Dexy to the Ashe. Switching up the roles a bit. Looks like they're not going to be putting too much of an emphasis on the Vert with only Icor on the Buck. I think they might be going for a construction side take with this lineup they have here, with the Gridlock to watch their fatal weakness, the flank.
Funny you say that, because now they've brought Zonky on Castle. I mean, it has honestly took them to learn from their mistakes. Turtle Tactics were able to walk out of this site previously because of their beautiful denial on that construction hatch. It doesn't look like they're going to get this lucky, but just having the Phantom the Phantom Castle setup. That's what I'm going to call them. There's nobody playing Lounge. Just having them up means it's just going to be a large problem for these attackers to address, especially when OUTLAST Black is looking to address certain areas of the map and extend out.
I think those castles could just waste a lot of time, honestly. I mean, I think Dexy's realized nobody's playing there, but he still has to be careful for it. He knows the man is top red. I wonder if he's going to push up or if he's going to play that passively. Looks like Demented is trying to get a quick peek into Jacuzzi. That's a bit risky. That's a fight I don't know if I'd take, but if he's really feeling it, he can. But Vipoa gets his frag. Demented gets the frag that he was going for that whole time. So now it's 4v4. Both members of each team, Demented and Spider, are both low, so health advantage is equal.
Beautiful way to get a refrag, even if it wasn't on the intended target. Beautiful swing out to capitalize on Buck's misuse of his skeleton keys. But to make matters worse, if noise is made for the man that lurks on red, he can just waltz up. You're 1 HP, Spider. Be aware of your surroundings because you only have one man that's close to you, and he sits behind that cash box. He's already a little preoccupied, considering you're the main denial operator. You're also that low HP that you were just mentioning about. Having these 3 toxic babes and being in one of the most pivotal positions as a defender is definitely going to prove to be fateful if you fall. Dex is waiting ever so patiently, as now they're going to look to utilize each piece of utility. The Grims, live ping, Braze taking care of Vapoa, meaning these guys can just thread the needle. Frag gives a little bit of friendly fire damage, but that might have just been the best execute we have seen all day. Look at that. You have the red pressure go up and dissect the man who plays on the Mira, and from there they flood in through construction, take care of anybody who's sitting close on the corner, behind on the cash box, or even in the depths of garage. OUTLAST Black with a very well-deserved 4-2 split.
Yeah, no, that execute was, I think I agree, that might be the best execute we have seen all session so far. That was, I think, just perfect on all fronts. Dexy was super patient there. I know many people that would just say, I'm going to go for this push, because that smoke was pivotal to that round. I think Spider was the make or break there. That Hawaiian B tracker from Grim was perfect. It made the sound so they didn't hear the Ash walking up, and I think that just sealed the deal. Everybody collapsed in, and it all fell apart for Turtle Tactics.
4-2, the name of the game. Turtle Tactics. You need to pull a rabbit out that hat, otherwise we are going to Cafe. And Cafe
again, we're still not seeing any tactical timeouts.
4 maps in, not a single tac timeout. I don't care if you don't have a coach. I think that's completely insane.
Yeah, especially when, I don't know, call me crazy. I think on paper, Turtle Tactics is the better team. And they're getting a real struggle from OUTLAST Black. OUTLAST Black is showing that maybe they should be an element, you know? If they can put out the works onto Turtle Tactics like this, why can't they? And I think Turtle Tactics really needs to reflect on this right now, but they're not giving themselves any time to reflect on their vices.
I mean, Turtle Tactics is going the full mile every single time trying to get themselves on that board, but they are consistently getting challenged by OUTLAST Black, and it is crazy. I did not think this was going to be the scoreline. I thought we were looking at a map 4 ending. That's still very possible, but Turtle Tactics, the way they're falling is just insane to me. OUTLAST Black is pushing them to the ropes each and every round.
I think the main issue might be is that they're not getting frags from the people who should be getting them. Right now, TrevMac is their top fragger, which I think this might be the first time Trev's been top frag in a solid minute on this team. Vipoa 1 and 6 is uncharacteristic for him. Zonky's he's not doing bad, but he's not doing phenomenal, which again is uncharacteristic for him in this series in particular. He's been doing really great up until now.
I agree. And we cannot say there's been anybody better today than Braze. And I'm going to die on that hill alone. That man
no, that
has
works.
approached double digits, or if not double digits, almost every single map. And he has a lot of time to get double digits on this current map. He has been a weapon for his team, and he's been doing it on Valkyrie. He's been doing it on support ops as well. That man is an absolute weapon to have. And OUTLAST Black are now looking like they're learning how to play around him and play as a team when it comes to utilizing and running out the time for Turtle Tactics.
And I'm worried again for Turtle Tactics because they don't really have any intel or roam denial. So I'm worried that Braze might be able to get a late round lurk on them. like he has historically done in this series, which has worked extremely well for him.
They now look to address that verticality first. Luckily for them, a little bit of a 5-man bunker, but still you're going to waste a little bit of time trying to get upstairs, get your hands dirty by clearing out every single piece of this map because you don't want to have a late round flank that comes back and bites you later. They now look to address all of this utility before they get their hands dirty to address this site head on. And now the biggest problems are the Evil Eyes and the C4s, as there are 3 currently on the side of Outlast.
This is something that we didn't see Turtle Tactics really bring. They do have intel, and they do have denial. They have the Warden, so if they try to smoke anything, doesn't matter, he can see through it. They have 3 C4s for the plant, so it doesn't even matter where they plant. One of those C4s is going to get them. It looks like everybody's almost coming back to site now. Raze might be playing an aggressive main stairs, but I think we're in for a long round here. I think it's going to be a late execute, and I think the C4s are going to end it out.
But we've seen what happened before with C4s. We have seen that Nighthaven Labs round where we had 4 C4s on the board. They all connected, actually, or 3 of them connected, and they still managed to lose the round. Now, Outlast Black, you just need to change that narrative. You have shotguns in the close range, you have the time in your favor, and you have a 10-man count with just below a minute left. You just have to deny the planter, and you are in execution heaven to continue and build this lead that will send you to that 5th map. As the Y launchers get sent on through, Butcher is forced into a horrible spot. Verticality against him. He'll fall to that shotgun by Nook, and they are going to fully send it Braze, losing all of his HP to the Flame Bolt from the Capitao, and Braze eventually falls, and that plant goes down as there's an interaction in blue. Dexy wins, Spider on Nicor, and that plant regardless goes down, but Boa and Zonky win it though, and what an execute that is from Turtle Tactics. C4s, I cannot begin to explain how they were not utilized enough, and now they've closed that deficit out to 1 round.
C4s be damned. Turtle Tactics did not care. They put their guns up, they got the kills where it mattered, and ultimately they win the round because of it. Braze was caught in a bad position there. Unfortunate with, you know, getting hit by the fire and then just getting caught out after that. It was a very close round overall. Turtle Tactics just ekes out the win there.
Gym Bedroom is now going to be the next venue for Outlast Black, and hopefully you guys use your C4s, considering you only have 2. It's all about the utility game. And right now it looks like Outlast Black, holy, is that team that cannot execute fast enough with it. A 10-man count with 30 seconds left. Yes, sorry.
I was just going to say, I wonder if we'll see Braze playing below with the C4, like how, I think it was how Dami did in the 2nd attack round for Outlast Black, where he got the double C4 in Logi.
Oh, you mean this? Now, they looked to address logistics all by their lonesome, and you look to address it. Detonating 1 C4 that takes care of your spearhead of your attack alongside with your entry is a massive, massive problem. You see how
So
I had
was
that on
Zonky.
cue?
Yeah,
that was
it
Aura.
was-
That was Aura.
It was Zonky, not Dami. That's minus aura for me.
Now, regardless of Aura, regardless of the player who fell to that C4, it just shows that there's a certain narrative from Turtle Tactics that is not correctly being played out here. They're finding the harder rounds, and they just cannot execute on the ones that are handed to them on a silver platter. And I feel like this is the pathway round that either determines if we're going to map 5 or if Turtle Tactics can walk out victorious.
I'm expecting probably another slow burn attack from Turtle Tactics. That seems to be their plan every single time. Just drone. Make sure you're not gonna, you know, initially at least get killed by somebody who you don't think is there, and then slowly make your way into a position where you can execute. Usually they're in position to execute with like 30 seconds left.
Oh
That being said, Dexy gets aggressive. Viopa just gets destroyed. Trevmac, for some reason, in dirt, gets the refrag. I'm not sure why Trev is in dirt there, but he gets that kill.
The drones were there to lurk and get ready to find that refrag, and thank God they did, because walking out, losing your IQ with no chunk of meat taken from the opposing side would have been absolutely detrimental to the integrity of the Turtle Tactics attack. They have it up at level, which is much more achievable to apply pressure, because once these defenders feel threatened in cash, they will not think twice about getting the hell out of there. Now, Trevmac taking care of Ikor reels it right back in and gives the man advantage in the favor of Turtle Tactics, and they look to continue and build up that pressure head on.
One thing to note is that when Castle went down, that's their only ACOG down. They don't really have a gun for long-range fights anymore. They have 3 SMGs. Turtle Tactics, if they take these long fights, like if they push up Garage, for example, I feel they're probably going to win those fights, especially with the way Trevmac's been playing. He might be setting up for at least another kill here.
Looking to address this site head on, just below a minute left, and Turtle Tactics has been that team that can walk out in these low clutch situations, those moments that doesn't look like it's in their favor, and manage to come out on top magically as they look to continue and address this head on. They have everything working in their favor, and one of those things is the fact that they've opened up both breaches and have themselves a one-man advantage. The most important thing is maintaining that advantage and not falling to any horrible pieces of utility or horrible executes by these defenders. Zonky has a kill that's currently waiting for him, but just doesn't know it yet. Gone 6 is his secondary as he looks to continue and build up something. He looks to use his utility to make his team set up and more prepped for an execute. It's still a problem when they can't execute for this. F now goes up, but doesn't matter because he'll capitalize anyway. That means the kid is loose. Dementance goes big, takes care of Dami, almost finds that triple. Is shut out though, but it's too late for Turtle Tactics to make that comeback, and you had the one-man advantage. Drone out or execute. It's one of the two. You cannot just settle in the midst of playing passive and relaxing.
Yeah, Demented's there just sealed that round right there with his little, I guess you could call it a flank into Jim there. Catching them off guard. They thought that it was completely clear and they only had to worry about Golden maybe Con. Demented shows them, nope, I'm right here, and he kind of wins that round for Outlast Black. Now 2 rounds away from forcing a map 5.
They're 1 round shy to sending us to that match point, and they're showing us why they are that team that needs to go to that 5th map. Turtle Tactics, they're not hungry enough. It is so evident that they're falling short. I mean, they're giving the textbook plays by clearing out everything, but they just don't give themselves that substance at the end of the round to be able to capitalize, and I feel like that's been the biggest problem for them. It's just the teamwork aspect, and now that Outlast Black has figured it out, it's a problem that Turtle Tactics just can't catch up.
And Demented is also really stepping up here, almost at 10 kills this match. I think this is by far his best match that he's had. He's really stepping up when he needs to be. Once again, they are running
lineup.
3 C4s.
Yeah, but
on
not
Outlast
a Mira.
Black. No Mira.
How do you feel about that?
For basement, I feel like you can live without a Mira. If you're going, let's say, like Jim, you need the Mira. Unless it's banned, you need to bring a Mira or you're trolling basement. I think you can get away with it, but I think their op spread is a little strange. I think they could have run the Mira instead of the Mozzie or instead of the Warden.
Now, the site looks very underprepared. Why is there 1 man in sight? This is an easy plan.
I think Turtle Tactics has figured that out, and which is why they've sent Trev in.
Oh,
Viopa
man.
down blue, getting 2. Spider getting another. They just did not expect Turtle Tactics to know that they left Icor alone in sight. There's nothing Outlast Black can do anymore. This round is over.
Oh my god, it's just not a team that looks like they're approaching the 5th map. How are you threatening Turtle Tactics, but we're not reinforcing a wall? Dirt, soft, the triple wall downstairs, soft, blue, not even set up correctly, and 4 bodies outside of sight. Do you know how much of a problem that is, considering you guys are fighting to go to Cafe? This is your own map, and we are seeing you struggle to hold the most basic site. Am I the only one that sees the problem with that?
No, I'm right here with you. That was not a great hold. I wonder if we're gonna see them ban the Monty here. We do not. We see them ban the Thermite instead. So Trev is probably gonna stay on that Monty or the Blitz, and he's probably just gonna continue to make trouble for this Outlast Black defense that, honestly, last round just couldn't handle his play there.
CCTV. And, I mean, this is all of Outlast Black's fault. They gave us all of their hard reps on the easier sites, and now they're going to approach one of the hardest defensive sites on the most difficult with no castle, if I'm not mistaken. And you're going to have to deal with the Turtle Tactics that's knocking on the door of a deadlock.
Yeah, Trev Max switching to the Monty, that makes sense. I think he's probably going to try to do either a Rafters or a con take, just like they did last time. I can see Daxi doing that nice, patient red stairs play that he did last time. That was so perfect, and I think it ultimately led to their round win. I wonder if they're going to go for a similar execute or if they're going to go a full 180 and do a garage take with the Monty walking up. They do have the Nomad, so they do have the ability to push the Azami out of Rafters should they wish. They just have to make sure they clear the Wamais first.
Oh, we better hope that this is the most coordinated defensive that we have seen, because judging by that lineup we are seeing from Turtle Tactics, this is going to be one of the most difficult plays to stop. They have almost everything prepped. It looks like they're setting up for a doomsday execute. They have Capitao to clear out Raptors. They have literally everything they could need to find success. And attacking CC, you don't need much if you can coordinate correctly.
Yeah, and I don't think Turtle Tactics realizes that hard reach gadget's all they got, but I think he mistimed that. They get the wall open. There's no Maverick. They didn't need the Maverick trick. They could have brought, I don't know, they have a mute. They could have just put that on the wall, and that would have basically sealed the deal for that.
That could have been a very easy denied CC breach early on in the round, but apparently not. Can't open on a single hole in the breach, and it's not even something they're going to be willing to play off of. It is literally just there as phantom pressure, because if somebody gets a little over aggressive and a Turtle Tactic player decides to wander over there, it's an easy kill. Phantom pressure from Turtle Tactics, I may say, has been absolutely gorgeous, and the question is, do they have enough direct pressure onto Rafters and Construction to be able to walk out of this victorious?
Well, Trev is starting to push up now. Does he know that the Wamai is up there? He does. He backs off. He can't push that by himself. He's going to need somebody to go below to flush out that Azami if he wants any chance of taking Raptors control here.
They have two players on Pool and Bar. Now with Monty playing bottom garage, he has a lot to deal with. The main idea is to not lose a lot of HP by the time you get closer to this site. You need to keep yourself in good health. And now, giving your team the comms of the people who reside on Rafters and baby steps is the second most important thing, because you need to maintain your life. The Hawaiian launchers still are going to be intact, and they look to continue and just take their sweet old time when it comes to the execute, as they now are rotating every single piece of utility to find joy. Now, the hard breach is going to be denied up by a Gon 6 C4 tossed out, not denied. Zonky capitalizing, finding two. Zonky has now driven a wedge in between Garage and Cash. Take care of the man who is in Garage, and you've now found an easy site to find some form of easy execute. Demo's track is going to land on the Braves, which is a little ironic considering he doesn't have his jammers to help him out. Frag grenade discourages him from playing close on the jammer, but Ikor finds two, meaning we're in a 3v2 situation. Lapoa goes down next. Outlast Black have given themselves that fighting chance to take us to that match point. A Spider is now forced to get his hands dirty inside that can opener, and now they will advance 6-4 as Outlast Black is pushing for Cafe.
I think Vipoa, I'm messing up his name every single time I say it. He needed to be more aggressive there. He was stuck in like pool table for 2 minutes. He was just kind of sitting there not doing much. He needed to help Trev. He needed to clear out that Azami much sooner. He clears out that Azami. Trev can now push up Rafters, and then I think the round is sealed from there when you have the Monty up Rafters pushing behind with a buck. But instead, we see Trev go down, Vipoa not aggressing until way too late, getting picked off, Zonky getting the double, but it doesn't matter because Ikor just gets the double right on back.
A very problematic round for Turtle Tactics. Zonky can't do everything himself, and they need to be able now to get 2 perfect rounds in a row if they want to look to end this series right here, right now. Otherwise, we are going to map 5. Gym Bedroom, one of the hardest sites to play against on the attacking. And I'm going to need to see a miracle from Turtle Tactics.
Yeah, right now if I'm Turtle Tactics, I'm looking to Vipoa and I'm saying, we need you to bring out some of the magic you brought from the border map. He was doing so well. He was getting his picks. He was not missing any shots. We need to see that Vipoa again if Turtle Tactics wants to win this game.
Wow, we have only seen a one-map sided affair when we saw Border and 7-2. That was it.
Yep.
Out of 4 maps, they have been taking the extra mile. We've seen 2 6-4 situations, and one of them end up with a 5th. We have both teams really passionate, but it's Turtle Tactics that have been giving up the easy rounds. That's the only reason some of these games are so close, and that's going to be a problem, especially when they are losing the easy rounds that send them to the maps in a deficit.
We're seeing Dami on the Amaru. Do you think he's going to go for a main stairs window Amaru play?
You said it. You said it.
Oh my goodness.
There's not a single piece of barbed wire nor utility that denies this area of the map. You have the one gas pipe, and that is it. The breach, if I'm not mistaken, has been successfully denied, but the right side isn't, meaning it'll be a fully walk-through one. So 2 Selmas out of the 3 are successful on the breach, and now they're going to look to apply an immense amount of pressure onto this gym side.
Yeah, I think if Trev gets to that wall and just starts walking up, they're going to have... Oh, he's in Logi right now. He's fighting Fenrir and Logi.
Oh, he is in.
Now he
That
goes up with the
supernova.
shotgun,
Oh,
and
no.
he gets the kill.
He has
Another on
gold
Trev, he
control.
knows. Oh, but Dexy gets the refrag. Vipoa gets the refrag, but then Butcher kills Spider, and now it's a 3v3 still. But Trev Mac on the Monty still up. That's a big bonus for them. He has been pretty much unstoppable on this Monty so far this game.
You needed to park the bus once you had the control of that Mira in gold. You can watch all of that sight and try to help your team deny. Vipoa getting his hands dirty, downing the first, but that's an easy res if they can just take their sweet old time. Nobody possesses that frag. They don't have the case. Where is it? It's outside the breach. As now TrevMac looks to close that distance while they go for that res. And he hasn't crossed that rotate, but the ace just cannot find. And now that rush, disastrous for Turtle Tactics, as now Outlast Black have taken the win, and we need to go to Cafe to confirm who will take this grand final.
Yeah, a bit sloppy from Turtle Tactics at the end there. It was a good setup. I think Dami wins that fight against Dexy. I think that goes the other way. I think Turtle Tactics takes that round. I think them not having the case, and then I think Monty, honestly, there should have pushed the people in the bathroom instead of pushing the man in gym. I think you get the kill on the Azami there. You know the man is down in there. Then you turn it into a 2v1. In that case, I think they also win the round.
What a round that was for Turtle Tactics to completely toss it out the window. I mean, come on. You had gold control. Reel it back in. Grab that case. Put it down. I know it gets difficult, but you need to be able to slow down. And you would have been able to if you had called that timeout. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the 4th map out of 5. We need to go the full extra mile. And that is going to be on Cafe Dostoevsky for the 5th. Stay tuned. Drop a follow if you're enjoying. And we will be back after a swift break. Ladies and gentlemen, Cafe Dostoevsky is going to be that final road barrier for either side. Who is going to emerge victorious? And I only have one question. It's for my main man behind the mic, Talks. What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know, man. I feel like my predictions have been pretty bad so far. Cafe, very vert heavy, so I can see this going to Turtle Tactics.
Yeah, man, those predictions were about 30 miles off, I won't lie to you. But, I mean, I gotta give you the benefit of the doubt. Both teams are pulling off some plays that I didn't expect to happen.
Your mic is a little robotic.
Oh, I apologize. Is that any better?
Nope.
Oh, fun. How about that?
Nope.
Well, let's hope to God it's only in Discord, otherwise we are going to have to take a tech pause in the first couple of seconds. But I mean, as it stands, either side have had a very bad time when it's come to challenging each other on that match point, and comebacks have just not been seen this whole series. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with me while I figure out what's going on here. I can no longer hear my co-caster. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, sorry. No. I just wasn't talking. I had to do something on the side.
How's this? How's the voice sounding?
You're still a robot.
I really hope to God not on both ends, otherwise I'm going to have a horrible time casting this. But do me a favor, take this over for a second while I listen to the playback. Now, Tox is no longer with us, so we're just going to hope to God that this first map is going to be not sounding insanely horrible. 5v5 situation, it will be the kitchen site first. I really do hope that this is going to go in the favor of OUTLAST Black, because it would be an upset of the decade. These guys cannot compete in Element, but they can take care of an Element caliber team in T4. That would be a story for the ages, and I hope that is going to be the outcome, as they now have fought so hard, every tooth and nail to be here. And the main man who has done that has been Braze. So hungry to do this, as he looks to continue and make himself as so humble. Hasn't played a crazy heavy frag op, and has mainly been on Valk and Sledge this whole time. Now, live pigs on the man who sits in the depths of Christmas.
The static is appearing on the stream, by the way.
Yep, we're sending us a break after this.
Okay.
Do me a favor, Phil.
Okay. Sorry, I was doing something. Let's see what's going on here. Bray's getting set up on the vert. I am a little worried. OUTLAST has not historically been great on this vert. If this changes this game, though, they could win the $1,000 grand prize for Titan Hand League. Butcher with the first pick. Dexy gets the refrag. Butcher refrags that refrag. And then TrevMac refrags that refrag again. It's still an even man, 3v3. Azami peeking the vert. Almost kills Braze. Braze not being able to hit a shot onto TrevMac. I think he already had that damage taken from before. Butcher goes down. It's now a 2v3 with the health advantage strongly in Turtle Tactics' favor. Braze not quite able to get the kill onto the Goyo. Spider kills Icor, and now it's almost all but lost for Braze. Braze gets killed by Dami with the pistol in kitchen, and that's round 1 for Turtle Tactics.
Gentlemen, I apologize oh so dearly. My mic genuinely decided to take a look at the past 4 maps and think it wasn't worth it to cast the 5th. But with that first round from Turtle Tactics on that impression, it shows us that my mic thinks we're worthy to come back. Now, a very dominated round by Turtle Tactics in a 3v1 situation. They now are going to be holding upstairs on that mid-floor site, but with Vapoa parked out in Cigar. Cross angle being held here by Vapoa, looking to advance in and throughout the area, but again, he has to be mindful considering this is a horrible spot to be parked out in if the attackers are so coordinated to push you out. I mean, the skylight forces anything if you try to rotate in through bathroom and in through the site and go to cocktails. Dami tries to get lucky on that run up, but no joy, no one's repelled on there, but that pressure is soon to be in. Vapoa still looking to hold this on the front lines. It's beamed down, downed, and will be confirmed out unless somebody can come to his savior from Cocktail, but they have their own problems to worry about. Dexy taking care of Vapoa. The repel still is going to be Demented, looking to push him off of Cocktail. Teamed up here by Braze, but Braze gets taken care of by Zonky. Butcher reeling it back in by finding an instant refrag. 4v3, just 90 seconds. Below 90 seconds now, actually. I completely lost track of time. And Demented still is going to have a large problem considering he is the case carrier. Dami reeling it back in, taking care of Butcher. Now the only attacking advantage they had by being able to have verticality controlled. A floating lamp is going to discourage a camp out spot from Trevmac, and we find ourselves right back up at level. Just below a minute, and they need to be able to have a pitch perfect execute. Otherwise, these defenders are going to play every single second of this denial. Big problem.
I am back as well, and it is looking like Turtle Tactics is set up to be able to stop this execute pretty well with the smoke still up. Still has 2 canisters not to be used. Never mind, Dementis gets the pick onto Trevmac. I'm not sure what Trev was trying to do there while prone. Now, OUTLAST Black have access to the site completely for free. There's nothing they can do to stop this plan from going down. And now all of a sudden it looks like OUTLAST Black is going to take this round.
Spider now looking to claim the life of the man who sits on that verticality. There are so many attackers. There's only a one-man advantage, but the way they're spreading themselves out makes it feel like there's so much more considering the phantom pressure on the verticality. Capitao possesses the flame bolt to discourage any entry near that case, and Spider falls to that DMR in the hands of Ikor. Dami reels it back in by finding Dexy. He has 100 HP and a lot to work with, but not when you get onto the receiving end of that power in the hands of Dementids. That's a response, as now OUTLAST Black are really putting themselves back on that board, and this has been almost, I think, all 5 maps where we've seen Turtle Tactics find the first and OUTLAST Black instantly respond with the next.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That round felt like Turtle Tactics. Trevmac, I'm not sure what his little prone play there in Dining was, but I think that ended up losing them the round. They just had free entry into site after getting that pick onto the smoke, and it was pretty much wraps from there. There was no way Turtle Tactics was winning that after they took all that space.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, we are on the very maxed limit of this series. The only thing that would be worse is an infinite overtime. We would be here for hours on end, but we already have been here for hours on end. These teams have been battling it out for near 4 hours, and they have been getting to know each other and how they play. From starting out playing Consulate, and having some interesting plays, to getting flawless on border, and then a consistent back and forth trade has put us onto Cafe. And either side have managed to get 2 maps apiece, and this is the one that stands in between them and that victory of claiming all of that beautiful cash prize. Cash prize. You get what I mean. Now, OUTLAST Black, they're slowing down at the last moment, which continues to become a problem. This time, the only thing that helped them out was the fact that they got that plant down. If Turtle Tactics brought somebody to hold upstairs for longer, and not only in Cigar, then we would have seen a completely different outcome.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. That could have gone either way there, but, you know, in the end, it did end up going to OUTLAST Black. We are seeing a bit of a different approach this time from OUTLAST Black. They're putting Braze onto the Gridlock and putting Butcher onto the Ash. I wonder if they're going to look to him to be the spearhead in this map instead of Braze, who has been pretty much been their entry this entire series, and frankly, the main reason they're in map 5 right now.
Butcher, boots on the ground, looking to address the man who sits in Cigar first, but you need the drones to find out whether if he's behind that grand piano, tucked in on the reinforcements, or sitting in that corner that you can easily access the bathroom from. But Dementids is now looking to address the cocktail side while his team looks to walk in through Newbach. I mean, adding in that pressure, adding in all of that external pressure is going to become a problem for these defenders if they cannot hold out. Quick use of the repel sprint allows a very easy rotation onto that Cigar window. Dementids can now assist Butcher and Dex when they try to get their hands dirty. Just opening up this window is going to discourage any form of instant aggression, but that shield that Echo possesses is going to become a problem when you try to find access into that Cigar.
Yep, quick access into Cigar here. I can see Ash potentially opening up that soft wall deep. Oh wait, they already have opened that soft. They've already opened that. I can see Ash taking out Zonky here. Honestly, Butcher has shown that he can win these gunfights. Ying also could be the game changer here. What is happening? Spider with one, Dami with one, Spider with another. Braze gets a nade onto Zonky, and now it's a 2v4 all of a sudden. Now it's a 1v4. Turtle Tactics just took over that round within the span of like 7 seconds. I don't even know what just happened.
Even with the patience of that Echo, I thought that was going to single-handedly screw them over in the late stages of that round. But somehow, you allowed yourselves to get triple killed up by Turtle Tactics. Stop allowing them to isolate their ones and build up the pressure. Otherwise, you might as well say goodbye to the grand final right now. You're on a Cafe attacking. Starve out the rounds. Starve out the time and make Turtle Tactics doubt themselves. They are without a coach for this grand final, and they are keeping you on the edge at all times. That cannot slide. Yes, they are playing Element. Yes, they have a higher caliber and 10 times as much scrim as they know they stream in almost every single time. But OUTLAST Black is not an easy team to dismiss. They brought it this full mile. Why not contribute to the full bit and try to starve out every single piece of utility from the attackers?
Yeah. I like that Outlast Black is banning the Valkyrie. I don't know if this is banned in comp or not, but there is that exploit on this map where you can have the Valk cam outside. I'm assuming that's probably banned, but even if it is, Valk is a very strong operator on this map. There's lots of spots where you can put cams where you probably aren't going to have time to look when you're getting pressured from 15 million spots. For example, you could put a Valk cam underneath the desk in Small Bakery, and with the amount of pressure you're going to be getting from red and brown and sight, you're not going to be able to shoot that. So I think that's a good ban there coming from Outlast Black.
They want to make it easier for themselves. And the question is, are you bringing the right operators? We've seen Scopos last map, but it didn't matter. She wasn't effective. She found 2 kills before she'd get cleared out on Clubhouse, and I hope that's not the case, especially on Cafe. They're similar in terms of size, both 3-floored maps, and I hope we're not going to see a similar case where Scopos just cannot be utilized correctly. The main idea for Turtle Tactics is to waste the time, and sometimes I feel like they lose track on that, considering they get really aggressive at times, and then they start to find themselves in situations where they are down in an immense amount of bodies.
I also think it's interesting that Turtle Tactics bans that Ashe here. I think they're trying to shut down what Butcher and Braze have been, using over these past 5 maps. That, or they're just trying to make sure that the next time they do go with a similar hold, that person, I think it was Zonky, who's playing on the other side of where Ashe was, won't be able to just get Ashe charged out of that position again.
Oh my god, the Dokkaebi call doesn't allow the Scopos to rotate out just yet, but there you go. Now you'll be able to use your shell and come right back onto the site. Dex, unknowingly, I don't think he just knew what he just did, but 2 seconds earlier, he would have found an easy kill on that Scopos, and that robot is now deactivated, is put out of commission, and they are now looking to approach the site head-on.
So nice early, I guess, pseudo pick there from Outlast Black, making sure Zonky has to fall back to site there. He does not have the extra health anymore. He has the 1 robot, and his roam, I'd say, was fairly unsuccessful without getting a single pick.
Not essentially. You don't always need a pick to be able to have a successful roam. I mean, just making it so these attackers have to be aware of where they swing is enough in itself in a successful defensive roam. But I do agree with you. I do think he could have either tried to take Library or tried to take Reading, my apologies, for himself and tried to waste out the clock. But still, we're approaching that 1-minute mark on a 10-man count, and Outlast Black has been significantly known for not being able to capitalize on said holds. I mean, Turtle Tactics are now losing the access of the hatches and safe rotations into the site as verticality is being open as well, with Butcher allowing himself to find an easy ping onto Trevmac, and the pre-fire deletes him. We find ourselves up with the first body of the game. Goyo now taking his place, but I don't know if they know there is a planter. There's a man with a drone planted in that corner. Boots on the ground. Somehow C4 doesn't take care of it, Core, and they now look to advance towards the site. Dami reeling it back in, but after what? They're already in sight, but Spider gets his hands dirty by taking care of it, Core. Dami losing damage to his own Vulcans. Will get burned out. Demented's on the Zonky, but still 2 bodies remain. Spider for his next, and the plant still hasn't gone down. Spider for 3. He's gone absolutely lethal as he has continued to deny every single attempt to get in the site and assist Demented's, but it looks like this plant is going to go down regardless. He's now planted on the depths of this double, and Spider needs to thread that needle, but not before Depo also closes that gap, but Spider doesn't need the help. 4 kills, and Turtle Tactics now grow the advantage to 2.
Wow, that Spider's holding Christmas there. That was definitely something else. Getting the quad there, winning the round for his team. I feel like every round we're seeing just trade after refrag after refrag. That round was very close and down to the wire without Spider getting the 4. That's Outlast Black all the way. But you can't ever, you can't write out anybody. Anybody on Turtle Tactics has the ability to just turn up at any moment and shut down your attack.
Oh my god, how are we allowing that to happen? I told you, they're historically bad at playing 5v5 situations. Even if the attack has everything they need, verticality, hatches open, and even finding first pick by taking care of the smoke! And somehow they managed to lose the round. Turtle Tactics, very, very well-deserved 3-1, and they now look to continue to make matters worse by looking to go on one of the better sites.
Yeah. I think we might be seeing a classic case of cafe defense right now.
this map is, I'd say, one of the more defender-sided maps in this game, alongside Night Haven Labs and maybe Lair, but that's been a bit different in CJX. Lair has been 50-50 so far in CJX, I'd say. But this is one of the more defender-sided maps, so we could easily see the script flip when Outlast Black gets their turn on defense.
Outlast Black, you need a response right now. Do you need to continue and swarm the site to get rounds? I'm confused. You guys are gifted every single piece of utility, and you guys still manage to give it up. Outlast Black only have 2 times to get this right before they switch on to the defensive, and they'll be staring down the barrel of a very one-sider if they cannot lock it out right here and right now.
We're not really seeing any entry ops played by Outlast Black here. Everybody is kind of like a flex operator, in my opinion, here. We're seeing the Bravo, we're seeing the Nomad, we're seeing Capitao, Finka, and Gridlock. They really don't want any flanks, and they really don't want Turtle to have any intel. It seems like they're just trying to shut down anything to stop their plans and to stop their execute.
Demotivating Vapoa to reside in Cigar for the remainder of the round. Those DMRs pack a heavy punch and a little bit of a side benefit. It is much easier to be able to shoot down these Kiba barriers. Azami has now long vacated this room and has now allowed these attackers to just move up. But the C4 has gone unnoticed, and that is an easy kill, as that bulletproof camera assisted that. Not even a Valkyrie camera, she's banned. And they've lost first blood. Losing your Finka is essential for that late round situation, and we find ourselves with Outlast Black suffering a fatality.
We are seeing that Turtle Tactics gets the first pick again once more, but this time there's no refrag. So Turtle Tactics is actually just going to have the advantage for once in this game. It's not just going to be immediately brought back down to a 4v4. Now Turtle can, again, not pun not intended, turtle onto the site, play really passive, and just wait down that timer. They don't really have anything on the attacking side to like clear that much. They have the Capitao and then maybe the Nomad if they haven't already put everything on flanks, but as we can see, they have already used all their Nomad charges.
Trev Mack from downtown sacrificing almost all of his health to land that Toxic Babe canister. And I gotta respect that commitment, man. Dement is taking heavy damage from Train as well as they now look to pool up into that pillar area, but still they have so much to worry about. And the worst thing is, how are you going to acknowledge the players that sit above you? The man who's trying to plant is going to try for a second time, but everybody who tries to help him is going to fall. Domi is residing close, Easy's denial, and now a 1v4 as Braze is a ways away from helping his team. And the case is left loose in the middle of sight, and Braze needs to get his hands dirty. Hasn't found joy in the earlier rounds. The VP is going to allow his position to be exposed. You'll make it a 1v1, Braze, but you'll be shut out here, and that will be the time ran out on you. And Turtle Tactics, I think for the first time we've seen in a while, are going to take 3 rounds in a row.
Braze again, I think for the 5th time today, ending up in that 1v4 situation. I think this just says that he needs to be with the team just a bit more. He is not playing enough with them if he's constantly ending up in these 1v4 situations.
Wow. That's honestly the only word I have. Are you serious? How are we allowing that to happen? You have the coverage. All Gridlock has to do is either get really aggressive or just go downstairs and assist onto pillar. We didn't see any of the above happen, and that is exactly why they lost that round.
Turtle Tactics looking here to get a 5-1 split. Again, this is Cafe. If they get a 5-1 split, that could easily be turned into a 5-5 or a 6-6 later on when Outlast gets their turn on the defense. But right now, Turtle Tactics is trying to show why they deserve to win the grand prize in Titan Hand League.
Another mid-floor site here as they now look to try it again and hope to God they will find a different success. But actually, I take that back. We're going to Mining Room. one of those sites where you need to be coordinated, because if you lose verticality or if you lose this hallway, you are going to have a large problem when it comes to getting that execute taken care of. And I feel like Turtle Tactics is a team to know this. It's not the first time they've used the interesting tertiary site to try and lock in a round. They tried it on border when they went on to customs and it didn't work out. They got flawless, but this is much more achievable. It's the basic foundations of holding down reading. This time you're just throwing mining into the mix, and hopefully you can find first blood to cushion that tertiary unknown site.
We see Spider going back to the Legion, which he's been using a lot during the series. He's been so good with those goo mines. Even if we go back to like border when they won 7-2, a lot of those rounds were won because the goo mines were just in perfect position and OUTLAST Black just couldn't get into their pushes fast enough because they were stuck in those goo mines. So I'm happy to see Spider back on the Legion, but it's interesting to see Vipoa on the dock. But as I'm saying that, Dummy gets the first pick onto Dexy, and now that's one of their hard breachers gone, and that's the Hibana gone.
Thank God they still have that ace on the board. Dummy dealing the damage that's needed from the depths of Cocktail onto Ticket. First blood on the board here for Turtle Tactics, and dare I say, this is a one-sided affair. The best case scenario for OUTLAST Black is walking out of this halftime with a 4-2 split. But right now, as it seems, they are really starting to struggle when it comes to receiving that pressure or trying to find their entry picks. They haven't been able to find any leeway, and anytime they try to find that wiggle room to advance on to either the site or try to get an execute going, they get denied at every single turn. Whether it's TrevMac on smoke or Dami getting aggressive, anything that goes up against them, they haven't been able to find any joy. And this is a big problem that OUTLAST Black have to address, considering they are now down 3 rounds, and that might consider get higher considering on the outcome of this round.
Yeah, and Dami hit Butcher earlier, so Butcher is now below half HP. So they not only are down a man, they have almost no HP advantage with 2 of them being tagged, Butcher being 1 tap. We really need to see some frags coming out from OUTLAST Black soon if they have any chance of winning this round.
TrevMac also is going to pose to be a large problem by sitting below. He's waiting to lurk up. The Vulcan canisters, they all burn for 20 seconds. If you guys don't know, meaning if they go for a plant and they pop that one, it will be a big problem to have to deal with. But not before you have to deal with the full pressure of Turtle Tactics from the depths of mining. You tried to go for something lucky. Flawless is going to be narrowly avoided by a core, but again, I mean, you found one. It's an empty frag, buddy. The case is loose, and you're denied by Dami off verticality. You're now staring down the barrel of a 5-1 as you now switch on to the defensive. That gap is the largest we've seen in 5 maps, and it looks like OUTLAST Black are starting to give up.
Spider there, huge play, gets the double kill on the Legion, just positioned himself great, got the kills when it was time, but can't forget Dami's impactful first frag there, getting rid of the Hibana, making sure that they only had 3 ace charges to use for all of the hard breach on the top floor, and it just wasn't enough to clear them out of top floor fast enough.
Oh no. The band's reading on in. I mean, you see OUTLAST Black lose their Azami, but in turn the Ying gets taken care of. Now, that's not a horrible start, but the fact is, I wonder if we'll see a
shield ban.
There is a large there's a large amount of momentum built up against OUTLAST Black, so I don't think the bans are going to be too impactful on the outcome of each round. It's going to be fully dependent whether OUTLAST Black is up for the challenge to close this difference, or if we're going to see a sweep to close out this 5th and final map.
I am worried that OUTLAST Black didn't ban a single shield because historically they have not performed well against Turtle Tactics when they've been on the shield. TrevMac picking the Blackbeard. It's almost standard at this point. If Monty, Blitz, or Blackbeard are up, TrevMac will probably be on them, except for that one time he played Sledge on Clubhouse. He's going to run in, he's going to set up the plays, and I feel like he's just going to disassemble whatever OUTLAST Black puts in front of him.
You even saw how important he was for Nighthaven Labs. I mean, he was sticking his face in every orifice that presented, and he managed to walk out successfully almost every single time. That's a large problem. Considering you haven't been able to find joy on Catface so far, OUTLAST, the fact is you've allowed one of the most prolific shield op players in THL to continue and stay on a shield op. And if you guys don't address this correctly, we're going to see something very disastrous happen. But luckily for you, the 6th pick has him on Amaru.
Vipoa is switching to the Blackbeard, Trev onto the Amaru. Do you think we're gonna see Trev try to Amaru through the hatch into A site?
I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Look at the roster. Lion in teamed up with the most chaotic operators you could think of. And honestly, with the way Outlast Black is playing right now, I wouldn't be surprised if this would have worked.
Striker has nades and flashes. I can see Striker going on to the window there by the hatch, making sure nobody's playing close by. Or are they just going to Amaru into white and do a push from white in the windows? I'm so confused on what their plan is with this Amaru. Because now he's on the roof. And he has the shotgun.
He also does not have case in hand. Only time will tell. But he could just be resetting so he doesn't give that sound up of his, what you call it? The grappling hook. Looks to just hold the angle while his team looks to prep. Maybe a skylight push here, as you do have Zonky as the case carrier looking to address that sky. Now, if he finds first blood here, if he forces an easy kill, we find ourselves in a situation where that man in Cocktail gets forced out into a horrible corner, and the people that are going crazy, either from Cocktail or Heaven, force him into a bad spot, open it up, relieve that pressure, and allow him to plant in the middle of the site. But that is the best case scenario, and that is if it works perfectly. Now, first frag doesn't connect. Amaru gets her boots on the ground.
Heaven, gonna swing with the shotgun, not the shotgun.
And now you can have first blood, make it 2 as Vipoa takes care of business. Dami on Nikor, Zonky on the decks, and that is the most perfect execute yet again, as now the flawless is narrowly avoided, but the Vulcans discourage any form of rotation in through ticket. Now they'll briefly go away. The plant's not going to go down. There you go, but they are looking hungry to find that kill, as you guys have starved out that beautiful flawless screen. Successful by Zonky, and now it's Braze. The poor guy probably has 6 1vx's in this whole series. You haven't relied on anybody more, as he has been the only player I haven't seen negative a single time on all 5 maps. You guys cannot rely on one player, and that's exactly what that narrative that will be enforced is. TrevMac barely just swings out with the Supernova, hits that connecting fatal bullet, and now match point for Turtle Tactics.
Just, I don't know what Mint has them practicing, you know, in their scrims, but clearly something has worked. TrevMac called that perfectly. A near flawless execution. It was flawless right until the end there when it was already too late. And it was an impactless frag from the other side. We see Trev going on to the Amaru again. I wonder if they're going to do a different Amaru play, because this time Vipoa is on the Striker, not on the Blackbeard. They might not bring the shield.
I don't even think they need it anymore. 6-1. Outlast Black looks to be in a complete spiral, and they haven't called that timeout yet. So
Zonky brings the shield.
I mean, they're firing on all pistons, and they are not connecting with a single one. You now look to deny Bakery or Kitchen, and you guys are going to have a hell of a lot of amount of utility to have to deal with.
Do you think that Turtle Tactics, some people in your chat are thinking maybe Turtle Tactics was saving strats in the previous maps, based off of what we're seeing right here, right now?
I don't care. The fact is, we went to map 5 regardless of saving strats or not. We are on the 5th map. They do not have some of their main players Outlast Black, but I don't think that's what warrants a 1-6 disadvantage. Turtle Tactics building up this lead is only proving one thing, and it's that Outlast Black doesn't have the endurance nor the longevity to have to deal with the head-on play of Turtle Tactics.
I'm looking at Turtle Tactics lineup. I don't see this going well for Outlast Black. They're gonna have the Aurora to cut off the small bake window almost assuredly. They're gonna probably go in with the Blackbeard Blitz, have the glass follow up for the long picks. I think this is gonna be a done and dusted round unless we see a pretty big defensive masterclass from Outlast Black.
Don't be a negative Nancy, be a positive Paul. My mom always taught me that. You have to hope for Outlast Black. They've done some crazy things. They've won some unwinnable rounds, and I hope to God that is the outcome of this one. As you couldn't have said it better, this is a challenging round to come back from, regardless of what happens. The Rayora blocking off Small Bakery is going to be difficult to have to deal with. But in your favor, though, Dex
there's a frost mat
close,
under that window.
And there's a Vulcan, and there's impacts. And we've seen
Trev
what happens
dies
to
if he
Turtle
jumps through
Tactics.
there.
We've seen what Turtle Tactics does when they see frost mats, right?
Yeah.
Told you.
Oh, Butcher! But
Be a
Donnie gets the
positive
immediate
Paul.
refrag.
Oh, no.
Oh, Brazen
4v2.
Demences. Wow, that fell apart so quickly.
I
Demences
told you.
again.
I
Wow.
told you. Be a
They
positive
couldn't even
Paul.
get into the building. I think if they got the execute off, it was over for Outlast Black, but they couldn't even get started. Outlast Black just brought the aggression. That being said, Spider is getting another frag for Turtle Tactics. Can he bring this down to a 1v2? He can. Are
He
we
has
going
an
to see a
achievable amount
1v2
of health.
clutch?
No, no, no. We can't even speak this into existence because he has the achievable amount of health and the primary that deals enough damage to take care of both of these players. He is going...
He's going to make sure he's not going to get flanked.
I mean, different type of passion to be able to do so. Looking to isolate each and every one. There's a man sitting close on that double. Now, he'll isolate the first, looking to thread the needle on the range. There's just no way you allow it to happen. And there's no way!
Spider wins the 1v4 to win Titan Hand League. Oh
He
my
says, nah, I'm the
goodness.
GOAT. And yes, buddy, you are. 1v4. We said be positive, Paul, but I'm being the negative Nancy because how are we allowing that to happen? You were gifted the lifeline, but Turtle Tactics with a statement piece to take the grand final of the first season of the THL. And that is a problem that Outlast Black need to take back to the drawing board.
Just an unbelievable round. That round was all but given to Outlast Black. All they needed to do was play the time, not over-aggress, but they decided that they wanted to regress, and they did it onto Spider, who was hot at the right time. I think he dropped 15 kills that game, if I'm not incorrect. Something like that. Spider was hot, and they peaked him at the worst time.
I'm just thinking about my life choices to be here tonight. The fifth map ends 7-1 due to a 1v4 clutch that was tossed out the window. Are we seriously approaching this game with the utmost respect, Outlast Black? You showed us so much promise. You were fighting on Clubhouse tooth and nail considering it was your map, but still, how is that the way that cafe ends? Dominated by Turtle Tactics, and that is going to be the end, sadly, of today's series. The BO5 for the THL concludes the first season, or they call it S0, I think. So their first zero season? How would you even address that? I have no idea. But we have been your casters. I mean, my main man Talks is not a caster, so you guys have to give this man a round of applause. He did absolutely amazing. He's here for the endurance. He has lasted all 5 maps. I've been Sino, your host behind everything on the screen today. Hope you guys did enjoy. Make sure to leave a follow. My DMs on Twitter and Discord are always open for any sort of feedback and suggestions on how I can improve. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'm going to go crash. Talks is going to go crash because we've been here for 5 hours. We'll see you guys in the next one.